value all input. We commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. In addition, Mayor and Council, I know there are some current situations that people are extremely passionate about, and I feel their passion. But I also want to remind people of Georgia Article 16-11-34, preventing or disrupting a lawful meeting, gathering, or procession, which reads, a person who recklessly or knowingly commits any act which may be reasonably be expected to prevent or disrupt a lawful meeting, gathering, or procession is guilty of a misdemeanor. Anybody found guilty of this evening, there would be some repercussions. This would be the only one.
Fire Chief Jones.
recognize this amazing woman. I mean, she's the gift that just keeps on giving. Every time you think you can't even see, you think, how does she do it all? And she keeps on going. So it brings me great joy to honor you today on behalf of the City of College Park. And this proclamation is the City of College Park Proclamation to Dr. Sabrina Miller Willis. Whereas Dr. Sabrina Miller Willis is a distinguished community leader, entrepreneur, developer, and also the founder of the nonprofit organization Favor House. For over 30 years, Sabrina has successfully operated RSW services along with her husband, Rex, and has played a pivotal role in the betterment of the City of College Park. And whereas Dr. Willis currently serves as the chair of the City of College Park's Business and Industrial Development Authority, advocating for economic growth and community development initiatives that empower marginalized communities through housing, food, distribution, education, workforce development, and entrepreneurship under her It Takes a Village initiative. And whereas Dr. Willis has been honored with numerous accolades for her humanitarian efforts, including an honorary doctorate for humanitarianism, the Lifetime Achievement Award from Barack Obama, the Outstanding Georgia Citizen Award, and the Succeeding Against the Odds Award from the Atlanta Business League. Whereas, in addition to her recognition as Citizen of the Year and Nonprofit of the Year, Dr. Willis has been featured in Who's Who in Black Atlanta and received multiple awards, including the Citywide Nonprofit of the Year Award in College Park. And whereas Dr. Willis is a champion for youth and families, having founded Favor House and the Georgia Favor Track Club, which has empowered thousands of young athletes. During the pandemic, she facilitated the distribution of thousands of pounds of food to families in need, leading to the establishment of the It Takes a Village food pantry. And whereas Dr. Willis's dedication to community service is further exemplified by her initiatives such as the Go Georgia Arts mural projects and the designation of College Park as a Kaboom Playful City USA community, resulting in the construction of several playgrounds for children. And whereas Dr. Willis is a proud mother of 8, a grandmother of 18, and her commitment to her family reflects her deep-rooted dedication to nurturing future generations in College Park. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the mayor pro tem and the city council of the City of College Park do hereby recognize and commend Dr. Sabrina Miller Willis for her unwavering commitment to community service, her leadership in fostering positive change, and her tireless efforts to uplift the lives, including me, of those living in our community. We celebrate her achievements and her contributions, which have undeniably enriched the lives of countless individuals, and not just in College Park, but throughout Georgia and families. Proclaimed on this second day of June, and it was also on the 7th day of April as well, 2025, double. We honor you today, Dr. Sabrina Miller Willis.
Right now, when I tell you this is a special day for me, a lot of times I write things down because I just don't know how to always just put what I really feel in my heart to say what I really want to say. But I can say, and I do have a voice. I thank you, Janelle. Long time coming. A lot of people, even today, when I tell you I've been on roller skates, I've been on roller skates. But I always say, Sabrina Willis, she gonna show up. And I showed up tonight because I worked so hard. And oftentimes I ask for very little. I ask for very little as long as I serve the community. Honestly, I don't ask for much. But I'm going to ask now. And my ask is, and I hope my telephone rings off the hook. We are in a crisis not only in our community, our state, and in our nation. Right now, our kids are out of school for the summer. They need extra support. They need our community. We have people that are hungry. We have people who need housing. We are in crisis. We're beyond crisis. And I say this, if you've seen me, I always ask for help. But if you have not called my name, if you have not called my number, you haven't gotten help, because I say yes to everybody. When I say that, I do workforce development. I tell people all the time, come find me. You're going to get something to eat. You're going to get something. You're going to come out better than you were when you first came. But I thank you. Thank you, Jermaine. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Our new city manager. Thank you. Thank you. I thank my community. But I need help. Our community needs help. And if you don't wake up, wake up. Playtime over. Playtime over. And if I can work 24/7, I doggone know well. Some people can say, hey, Sabrina, what do you need to make our community better? Last week, 2 weeks ago, we built a caboose, our fourth one. And I can count the number of people who represented our community. Our community. We got to show up for each other. So to ask, I'm here. You can walk out the door and ask me. I do more than enough, but I do need help. Let's wake up, City of College Park. Let's make some good things happen. Playtime over. Playtime is over.
Was going to let me have it because she didn't want me to give this to her. But those are the people that you want to give to. The ones that don't think that they deserve it because they don't do it for the accolade. So it brings me great joy, even though she's going to beat me down tomorrow, to be able to honor Beulah Lindsay. And this proclamation is really because this is the City of College Park Proclamation recognizing Beulah Lindsay Day. Whereas the City of College Park recognizes the outstanding contributions of individuals who have dedicated their lives to education, community service, and civic engagement. showcasing their dedication to workforce development, her dedication to workforce development. And whereas Beulah served on the Board of Zoning and Appeals in the city of College Park for 14 years, including 3 years as the chair, and has actively represented community interests before the mayor and council, advocating for the rights and the needs of residents. And whereas Beulah has volunteered countless hours to assist in community initiatives, including organizing food distribution for those in need and ensuring seniors have access to polling places during elections, thereby empowering them to exercise their right to vote. And whereas Beulah's tireless efforts and unwavering commitment to serving the community have had a positive impact on the city of College Park and inspired others to engage in civic activities. And whereas in 2023, Beulah's public advocacy to the city to officially recognize Juneteenth resulted in the first celebration of Juneteenth in our city's history, in our city's at that time 134-year history, on June 19th, 2024. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor pro tem, and the city council of the city of College Park, Georgia, do hereby proclaim June 2nd, 2025 as Beulah Lindsay Day, and I'll say all of June as Beulah Lindsay Month, in the city of College Park, in recognition of her invaluable contributions to our community, and to honor her service, dedication, and leadership. Proclaim this second day of June, 2025. Beulah, we appreciate you. She just said she's not mad at me, but I wanted to say something.
like, you look these people in the face and provide no assistance. Every one of you, Tracy Arnold in particular, this is your ward. What have you done to help the residents of Chelsea Gardens? These tenants are still in here because these are second chance apartments. No one, like, the support that they have been given in these apartments has been lackluster. You gave money to Pete. Pete is supposed to help, right? Has he? No. So what kind of accountability have you been bringing forward to make sure that he follows through on these promises? The same thing with the city. If the landlords aren't doing their job, then it's up to the city to do something. The funds that you have, how are those funds getting distributed for the tenants? Because you have a surplus. There was a surplus last year. Where's that money going, if not to the tenants? This money that you have for your residents, you need to provide it. The demands that just having provide permanent housing to people who have been displaced, who have been kicked out of their homes with nowhere to go, still living in the apartments or in hotels, and Sage Hands that you claim to give money to, $86K. Where is that money going? Because it wasn't going to the tenants. No tenants that we have spoken to have received that money. I yield my time.
We are here because we were failed by the landlord who took our money, and by a system that allowed this to happen. We want solutions, not excuses. We want accountability, not silence, and we want justice. I would just like to know, the landlord told me before it got condemned that it was going to be condemned. Why did we have to pay rent while we were there when the place was going to be remodeled and it was going to be condemned? Why don't we have our deposit back? Why did we have to pay a deposit? To piggyback off of what Shakira said, where did the $86,000 go? Because when I called today about assistance, he don't know anything about it. So I'm here because I would like to see justice. I would like to see accountability. I would like, when you go to when I called code enforcement, I got lied to. But then we're supposed to turn to people that we are supposed to give us information, give us knowledge, to protect us. But we were treated like trash, thrown away. I'm here to fight, and I'm not going to give up this fight. I'm here to fight until the end.
To the city council months ago. Now, only after tenants have been evicted and the properties closed, have you decided to discuss what's been going on with these people. There's been more than enough time for the city to take action to help the tenants. Tenants have been in attendance in these meetings every week, and not once have we responded with plans for any kind of action. It is only because the tenants organized and kept the pressure on the council over the last few months that you have said you will discuss it. The tenants of Chelsea Gardens will not be pushed aside and forgotten. Words do little to help struggling people recover from illegal evictions. All around our city, government officials are putting the interests of developers and landlords over those of hardworking people. Millionaire and billionaire real estate developers buy up homes by the handful, let them fall to ruin and disrepair, and flip them so that the rich can get richer and working people are forced we love to become a playground for the rich. But the Party for Socialism and Liberation stands with the tenants of Chelsea Gardens in saying no more. Pledges for liberty and justice ring hollow for the tenants of this complex. We claim to fight for housing rights, but these residents see that as a lie. We pass out accolades for housing rights with one hand while taking money from slumlords, taking people out of their homes with the other. The right to housing should be a fundamental human right, and we urge the City Council to adopt this view. Along with the tenants of Chelsea Gardens, we demand full relocation assistance for all displaced tenants. 3 months rent and moving costs covered for tenants in temporary housing who are unable to leave Chelsea Gardens. Reimbursements of security deposits and the last 2 months rent paid to Chelsea Gardens. The owners of the Chelsea Gardens have collected rent from tenants while allowing the property to become unlivable. Tenants must be compensated for this theft in full, and the City Council has had the power all along to make that happen.
McKenzie was supposed to introduce legislation to financially assist tenants with housing and moving costs. She promised to introduce this legislation after we demanded it. We demanded it when we interrupted her brunch. She was pressured to meet with us and promised to introduce our demands to a vote. But Janelle McKenzie has officially lied and betrayed tenants. We need to hold her accountable. She feels that she has some loyalty, or that we have some loyalty to her, but it is tenants that she has failed to follow through with. The city ended the fiscal year with $16 million surplus, plus is giving $100 million in rental assistance. We told Mayor Pro Tem directly that tenants collectively needed $546,000 in financial assistance. That is $8,000 per tenant. So $6,000 is for 3 months plus 3 months rent plus deposit for a new place and movement charges plus $100,000 that the city is sitting on. This is what this is about. It's not about the image of the Mayor Pro Tem. It's about the tenants and what they need to survive and thrive. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, you need to do better. You need to introduce these demands, which we gave you on paper directly. Full relocation assistance for all displaced tenants, 3 months rent and moving costs covered for tenants in temporary housing, and reimbursement of security deposits and last 2 months rent. Thank you.
4 million. Moving on to revenue projections. The 2025-2026 recommended budget is showing signs of growth, primarily due to an increase in revenue. And I want to emphasize that because it's often thought because your budget goes up that you spending more monies. In this situation, the city has more money that it can spend or that it has to spend. And so with that being said, enterprise funds continue to make up a large share of the revenue for the city at 72 million, followed by the general fund at 54 million and special revenue funds at 47.9 million.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. Could you say that one part again?
Which
Did you say that we have more money than we can spend?
revenues exceed expenses.
Okay.
And so that's how we get these contingencies.
Okay.
And so I'll give an example. Yes, yes. So, but that's how, it's been communicated previously. When revenues are up, the goal is to balance the budget. And so that's where we use the contingency. So, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. The 2025-2026 recommended budget use of public funds. So this pie chart depicts the use of public funds for the recommended budget. This budget maintains funding for essential services, prioritizing areas deemed necessary by this mayor and council to include public safety and public works. This budget includes funding for grants, debt services, economic development, BIDA, and convention center arena spending. And that concludes my presentation for the budget. Questions, comments?
Questions for Mr. Jackson?
I've got a few.
I have a
Councilman,
comment.
Are we
we'll,
going-
we'll,
we're going
you know,
over?
we'll just start in order. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a comment. Thank you very much. It's very self-explanatory. You broke it down very well, and so my comment is just very well done. Thank you very much, Terry.
Councilmember Carn?
All right. Jackson, appreciate the overview. Ed, thank you for the 100,000-foot assessment. We're living in some very tumultuous times on the federal level. Stabilizing our ship locally, though, is the top priority here right now. We talked about the increase for city employees, city manager. That's something I would like to see. Obviously, we can't do it without our city employees. But when you raise the salaries, you raise the expectations and the bar of what we expect to see when we're out in this community and what our residents are expecting to see. And that is actually where the rubber meets the road if you're considering a raise. Now, I think the 4% is somewhat reasonable, but I want that 4% raise skewed, and I want it skewed a certain direction. The last time we did a study, I believe that our study was skewed towards upper management and those that made north of $55,000. The deficit I do see are for our lowest paid employees. Now, all of our employees work very, very hard. But in terms of our lowest paid employees, I want this 4% skewed towards our lower paid employees. And when I say that, this is exactly what I mean. And I've said it many times up here. That 4% needs to be allocated and adjusted, and this is just what I would prefer, where there's no lower paid employee or no employee in this city that makes less than $20 per hour. I'm gonna say it again. 4% is great, but the last time we did this, it slanted in the other direction. Nobody in this city, I don't want to see them making less than $20 an hour across the board. So that 4% needs to be skewed to make sure that that's covered. And the rest is fine. You follow what I hope you understand exactly what I'm asking about, so that it's clear. It's good to give folks raises. Now, if you're doing pretty good and you're making $60,000, $70,000, a 4% raise is great. But at the end of the day, if you're making $16 an hour or $18 an hour, $1 or $2 makes a significant big difference week to week for that person. And when you're on the upper end, $1 or $2 doesn't make that much of a difference. I mean, it's great to have, but on the lower end, the increases mean a lot more for folks that are struggling month to month. This is why I would like this 4% skew to make sure that everybody is at the base of $20 an hour and go up from there. So I want to see a formula that calculates and looks at that so we can see exactly what that looks like within this 4%. Based on the way we did it the last time, I think that's a fair deal that would get us back square with the house for everybody, where everybody is covered. So I want to make sure that happens. And the other thing regarding our police department, Chief, I know we've been working out there, and you've got some new crime initiatives that you're pushing out. Your positions right now, I know we had put, there was a freeze placed on some positions almost 2 years ago at this point. Now, I understand in this budget, we're talking about no new hires, is that right? That's the consideration?
We'll postpone that until 2026.
Okay. Well, Chief, you do have some positions that are open right now that you're
I have 8.
actively filling.
I have 8.
Okay, how are we looking with those in the pipeline?
We are aggressively recruiting. I have a excellent background in recruitment. Just today, we had 2 certified that started with College Park. They went to another agency, but the great work that they see that we're doing here in College Park, they have decided to come back home. So we have 2 certified that start today, and we're aggressively recruited. And my desire is to have the 8 filled by December.
All right. Now, Jackson, these 8 that Chief is referring to, now those aren't considered new hires now, are they? I want to make sure.
Okay, so we can continue with our efforts.
Well, I think we should, and I just wanted to make sure, because those were in process, from this year and moving on through the process. I guess the police department has probably one of the longest onboarding processes of any department, just about. So with that being considered, if you got them in the pipeline, I want you to be able to keep going with the pipeline. Now, once you fill the 8,
It would be
by
my
next
desire
year,
to come back before
I want to look at
city manager and mayor and council and ask that those frozen
We wanna look
positions
at-
that we have frozen, that we could unfill those and continue our efforts.
All right, well, you fill those 8, and it'll be probably end of the year, first of next year. If you do fill them, you come back, you're gonna have my support to unfreeze those positions if we're back up to capacity and you fill the slots that you got open now. So, keep working on it and keep making progress. And, at the end of the day, we have to kind of depend on some of our core, needs that we gotta address. We are a hospitality city, but cleanliness, in terms of public works, doubling our efforts there. And obviously, public safety is always going to be a big issue. I definitely want to see improvements in a couple of departments. The city manager, we're going to sit down Wednesday and kind of go through my laundry list. So we got a lot of work to do, and I'm ready to keep moving forward. But I think this is a solid budget, but we have to maximize the usage in terms of what we're going to be spending. So, it looks good so far.
Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, thank you for the work that you have put into balancing these numbers out. I do have a question. Last year, we budgeted the Christmas bonuses into the budget. By any chance, did we remember to add that this year?
Yes, it is
Okay.
built into the budget, yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget that. So we're going to do the Christmas bonuses and 4%. Is that what you have
Yes,
calculated thus far?
yes. Mhm.
Okay. And do we have an idea on how many employees we have that are making less than $20 an hour?
I would have to get with HR to get that information.
Does it make sense that we just go ahead and adopt some type of policy where we set our minimum wage at a certain rate?
I would recommend it, yes.
Maybe we can do something like some of our sister cities.
That's
I think,
exactly
was
what-
it Forest Park that just set their rate at, what, 23?
South Fulton set one of East Point's looking at something, or it's already done something.
Do you think that we can look at what our sister cities are doing and see if we can come up with something where our minimum wage is
Yes.
definitely no less than 20, but if we can get it up to somewhere between 20 and 25 so we can be competitive, that may that would definitely address some of Councilman Carnes' concerns.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can do that.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Gay.
Mr. Jackson, I want to tell you, I also think you did a good job on the report, especially the graphs. I don't think we ever had any graphs. What, couple things. You talked about a contingency. Does the contingencies that you use to balance the budget, does that increase our reserve fund? Does that go up since you said we have reserves?
Well, what it does is the contingencies is spread across the general fund, enterprise funds, and special funds. And so when we started doing the department meetings, mayor and council, those meetings, that number was around, I believe it was 9.7 million. And so, now it's lower at the 6 point, let me see, 1 second, please. The number is now at 6.4 million. So because we've added additional spending to the budget to include the cost of living adjustments, some of the other adjustments that were requested by mayor and council during those meetings, that caused the contingency number to go down.
Okay. And I know we're going to hear from the public comment in a minute, but I noticed that our auditor's in the audience, and I was just wondering, is it appropriate to just hear an update on their findings and how this, if anything, affects the budget as we close out our budget, how the two coincide and what the updates are there?
That's Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Just a quick update. You should all have received
Could
a
you
quick.
state your name?
I'm sorry, Albert Butler with Banksville and White. Your neighbor across the street as well too, and a proud member of this community. You should have all received a quick update status of the audit this morning. We are progressing extremely well. I think that by our next council meeting, we will have a solid list of those findings to address. And I do want to give Mr. Jackson some major kudos in the process of getting the audit where we are today. There will be some things we do need to discuss and some things that we do need to make sure that everyone is aware of. However, I think with Mr. Jackson working with us in tandem, we are in a good runway to make sure that in the future periods that the city will be in very, very good shape. So that's a quick status update, and I think, again, thank you for this time, and we're progressing well.
And I just want the public to know that this is an opportunity to support a local business, minority-owned, all CPAs that's literally been across the street from the city for a decade, and to use them for our auditing process, for me, is an honor.
Is the audit complete?
We're basically pencils down at this point, yes. So we're in the reporting phase now.
Okay, but it's not like printed and that you can hand it to us?
No. It's not a full printed document ready to be submitted. So we are pencils down, and as far as blocking and tackling of getting the actual audit work done, yes.
But we should have that on June 16th?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
One other, well, not for you, not for Jackson. I was going to ask you where we are with the audit. So I understand the majority of things were taken care of as of last Friday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I'm hoping we technically see something before the 16th. I mean, they should be hopefully wrapping up end of this week, first of next week.
Yes, that's my goal.
Okay.
As soon as possible.
Looking at the budget, the food distribution contract. Last year, we had the $50,000 contract for food distribution throughout citywide with Favor House. I didn't see it in the budget. I wanted to just make sure it was still in there. Obviously, that need has not gone anywhere, especially with what we're dealing with throughout this year on the federal level and the state level. So I want to make sure that's there.
Okay.
I don't know where it came out of last year, but I'm assuming it's going to come out the same area of the budget. This
Okay.
time, I want to make sure.
I'll double check that.
So wherever it came from last year, we want to make sure that that's there. And again, we balanced this budget without dipping into fund reserves, is that right?
For the general fund, yes.
Right. And without going into any contingency monies as well?
No. We had to use contingency monies to balance the budget.
We've used some, is there about a percentage or?
Mhm. So right now, the contingency reserve, as a result of this budget, would be 6.4 million.
Okay. That sounds about right with what we usually leave on the table after every budget cycle. All right, okay.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
you said that we did not have to come out of reserves in the general fund. What about the enterprise and special funds?
Enterprise funds, yes. Some of them, yes, they had to use their fund balance, budget carry forward monies, which is standard from year to year, especially for some of the enterprise funds, like sanitation. You are aware that this year that there was an issue where expenses exceeded revenues. And so, that's the reason for my asking the Mayor and Council to approve the utility billing audit for the new fiscal year so we can see what's going on with sanitation and other enterprise funds.
In regard to, gosh, I think I just forgot my question, and I apologize. But I will come back to it. Does anyone else have any other questions? Oh, actually, I do. I remember what it was. One of the concerns that I have in regard to making sure that we are getting everyone to $20 an hour is what happens to the people who are at or near that mark right now. And so we had discussed doing a salary study so that we were able to ensure that we didn't have some wage compression that occurred, especially towards the lower end of the scale. Are you and your team able to take a look at that and not just figure out what gets us to 20, but what would make everyone equitable along that range?
I think it can be achieved in this fiscal year. We'll work with HR to make that happen, but I think we have some time to squeeze that in this year. As far as getting a study done,
Well,
I've never done one before, so we would have to seek assistance for that, I think.
Okay. Councilmember Carr?
Well, I for one am not so interested in a study at all. I'm interested in creating a floor. And that's what this city needs to set standards for the lowest paid individuals here. Pay compression is not a concern at that low level of pay at the end of the day. If someone is so concerned that someone goes up $2 an hour in salary, that they're looking over at what the other person is making, that's not their concern, bottom line. And if they get to the point where this person made $2 more and is under $20 an hour, is getting close to $20 an hour, and I don't like it because it's close to my salary, then that person just may not understand what it means to work together and to lift all boats together. I don't want pay compression to be an issue in terms of making sure the lowest paid employees are at or above $20 an hour, pay compression or not. There is no pay compression issues of any significance at that low of a rate. And if someone has a problem with that, I don't know what to tell them. If you're so worried about what the other person is making, looking over at their paycheck to see what they're making compared to yours, and you think they're getting too close to you, this might not be the place for you. My advice for any employee that has a problem with pay compression at that low of the level of scale, they need to focus on their own job and keep their eyes on what they're doing with their job. And if they do a good job, maybe they'll get a raise. So, I want to make sure that happens. I'm just speaking for myself, but I'm speaking for a vast amount of our city employees who I think need that floor. So, I don't want to wait on the pay study before we do this. I want this passed with this budget. I think it's reasonable, and I think it will make everybody in terms of morale, work ethic, feel a little bit better about coming in here every day.
I have a question.
Councilmember Gay?
Don't we get a 4% raise for everybody?
Yes, that's currently what's being proposed.
So we're gonna raise and bump them up to 20? Is that what we use?
Well, I want to do both. We want to do both. I want to skew it to make sure that the 4% sweeps in the lowest paid salary workers, to make sure all of the lowest paid are at least at $20 an hour. And everybody else falls in. If it's the 4%, fine, well and good. But I want that covered first to make sure, and we still may be 4% across the board. So,
Can I add?
Councilmember Arnold?
We may want HR to also look at if that's a big concern about compression. Maybe we put some additional policy in place where there is, at a minimum, a certain percentage difference between
bands.
the supervisor or manager and their employee. So maybe a range of somewhere between 7 and 10%. Then that way, if there is a situation that comes up where we're lifting someone to where the minimum wage is, I don't know, back to the $25 or $20 an hour, if there is going to be some type of compression there, that we also look at addressing that with some type of equity pot to make sure that the supervisor and employee, their salaries don't, the employees doesn't exceed the supervisors. How about that?
Yeah.
I
That's-
agree with that.
Okay.
That-
But supervisors to the lowest paid. I'm fine with that, but not lower than supervisor.
That's what I was going to get to, is that if the problem with that is that we have some folks that are probably going to be bumping up against that. So I think Councilmember Arnold's point is well taken, that we just have to recognize that we don't want someone saying, I'm doing 3 times the work and getting $1 an hour more. So we just need to make it, we've got to look a little bit more broadly than just bumping the folks who are at the minimum up. It's got to be a little bit more comprehensive than that.
As long as that's the priority,
Okay.
lowest paid first.
Okay.
But that's going to cost us, I mean, the cost on that is going to be more than just a 4% across the board. So if you can let us know
Okay.
what that looks like.
Okay.
Why don't we look at the numbers before we predict it? That's not going to cover it. Let's see what they come back with.
It's going to cost more for us to bump people up if we are also doing a 4% increase. I mean, that's just math. Any other comments? All right, so at this time, I'm going to declare the public hearing open. Those who wish to speak on the budget can do so at this time.
Madam Clerk, we have 1 hour.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Hey, Tom.
Right now, you're saying, oh, gosh, another old grumpy guy coming up to gripe about the budget. So my wife suggested that I tell you a little bit about my background, and maybe you'd think a little more about what I'm getting ready to say here. Don't worry, this is not going to last nearly as long as the average proclamation here. I've led organizations of many hundreds of people in chaotic and stressful situations. I've run the financial affairs of a construction company for over 45 years, never missed a payroll, and you all know the construction business. Things go up and down, and it's really rough. You need to be able to adapt. Okay, I'm reasonably, functionally ready to look at numbers and financial statements and that sort of stuff. I've presented to bankers. I pretty much know what's going on here, despite how complicated the city's affairs are. That being said, still a grumpy old guy's going to gripe about the budget here. To the council of City Park, while much of the groundwork of the proposed budget as prepared at the department level is sound and shows excellent understanding of the requirements, and a much-needed 4% across-the-board raise is included, there are major issues remaining. The roots of the budget problem come from the January 2024 power grab by the current council. This allowed 2 critical missteps to enter our governance. First is the abhorrent practice of the euphemistically named community enhancement. Put whatever window dressing you want on it, but these are set-asides, are simply slush funds to be dispensed at the whim of each council person. The proposed budget has hidden these set-asides in various places, but it seems the total is some $4.5 million. The current year's community enhancements includes a variety of giveaways, self-serving press events, blatant violations of the gratuity clause, which is government gifts to individuals, and a spoil system payments to cronies of the council. Thanks for supporting me. Can I give you a contract on some pet project? There is no breakdown of what makes up the total and disbursement is hidden by the use of the consent agenda. Yes, there are some legitimate projects funded here. Councilman Gay's paving projects in Ward 4. But since they are solely at the discretion of a single person, they suffer from sub-optimization. That's where one ward benefits, where the city as a whole suffers or is less efficient. The money for these community enhancements comes at the expense of core city functions. The 2024-25 budget cut 6% from all departments and cut 12 police and fire positions to pay for these slush funds. This year's money comes from denying needed extra positions, institutionalizing the previous public safety cuts, slashing of repair and maintenance requests from departments, and an apparent artificial additions to the top-line revenue estimates. More on that later. The second major misstep of the current council was the return of the micromanagement and over-direction of employees. This started with the abrogation of the January 2024 city manager's contract terms, resulting in a $140,000 settlement. The overreach of the council into employees' affairs quickly led to the dismissal or resignation of many of our best employees. How does that affect the proposed budget, you ask? Well, few with any corporate knowledge are available to formulate this budget. The three primary people responsible for a budget are the city manager, the finance director, and the HR director. The finance director, while very well versed, is brand new to the city. And both the city manager and HR director were terminated during the budget development. We are just short of flying blind on this budget. Back to the seemingly unrealistic increase of total revenue. If you inflate expected income, you can increase spending, at least until less actual money comes in. By the way, the operating budget surplus of $16 million we're talking about is primarily because employees have left. If you inflate the expected income, you can increase spending at least until less actual money comes in. The initial proposed budget revenue anticipated an increase of some 10% from last year's budget. Other than the electric fund, which had well-documented assumptions on their minor share of top-line increases, no justification has been presented to these increases. Multiple requests for explanation have gone unanswered. On top of the initial proposed total revenue, the current adjusted budget released last week magically adds another $2 million to revenue. Oh, and our last year's audit, authenticating the figures used to create this year's budget, is not yet reported. Savvy observers know that when an audit is late, it often means problems. A side note, our auditors, which are very competent it appears, are looking at the city for the first time, primarily at the impetus of Councilman Carn, and despite the non-existent financial corporate knowledge base previously mentioned, which would have allowed them to come up to speed rapidly. So, the current budget slush funds are justified by unexplained revenues prepared by inexperienced employees based on dubious prior reports. How can we trust these numbers? Further, clouding the fiscal picture is the uncertainty of the overall economic outlook. Ed Wall, our longtime financial advisor, in his presentation you just saw, hits the nail on the head, I'm paraphrasing here, when he says, absolutely no way to predict any of our revenue streams, and recommending conservative budgeting, prepare for the worst. This proposed budget is in no way conservative. I can only add that College Park is especially vulnerable to overall economic downturns, with much of our income dependent on the hospitality and travel industries. It is highly possible that passing the budget as presented may have dire results. If we spend funds for council slush projects without offsetting revenues due to any of the above reasons, all citizens will suffer. Councilman Gay and Karn are up for re-election against well-qualified opponents. Expect large vote-buying expenditures to protect their positions. When money doesn't come in per the dream budget, we will have to cut core city services. Think less often garbage pickup, fewer police on patrol, etc. Additionally, the one tax that the council has control over, property tax, will go up. Live in one of the apartments and think the rent's too damn high. Now, well, wait until your landlord's taxes go up. Got a new home and had to squeeze a little to make the numbers work? What happens when your property taxes skyrocket? Remember, Councilman Karn spearheaded the opt-out of our city from property tax caps at the state level. Sky's the limit. How can we avoid the above? This is actually some hopefully helpful stuff, not just griping. How can we avoid the above? Cut the revenues back to the 2024 levels of the $197 million. Eliminate the community enhancement budget. Remember, in what's printed here, they don't even say what these are for specifically. So what will we miss? And cut back on citywide events by, say, a third. That will give a start to balancing it. I have little expectation that the council will be as responsible as to do this. So here's an alternate suggestion on how to mitigate overspending. Set up mechanisms to check income versus expenses in near real time. Curtail spending early and aggressively if income falters. Specifically, as part of passing this budget, include language that, 1, no more than 25% of any council discretionary funds may be spent or committed in any one quarter. 2, set up a revenue flows receipt schedule based on past history and budgeted income. If total receipts fall more than 5% below schedule, expenses are commensurately curtailed by action at the next mayor and council meeting. And 4, prioritize the above cuts from community enhancements, citywide events/parties, and mayor and council discretionary accounts first. Report all the above monthly during city manager comments. Yours for sound financial government, Tom. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council,
Good evening.
Citizens. I think it's important that the government realizes that the money that you are governing over belongs to the people. You know, Jesus was talking to those who were on the left of him. He said, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. I'm on the budget. I'm going to talk about the budget, man. Don't some people think when you talk spiritual, it's not the budget. When I was naked, you did not clothe me. When I was sick, you did not come and visit me. And they were a little baffled and wondered, well, Master, when were you in this condition? and we did not come to your aid. And Jesus said, if you did not do it to the least of these, my brethren, you did not also do it unto me. Now you all swear it into office with your hand on the Bible, which I just quoted, that you will uphold those scriptures which I quoted is the standard of good government. Now I sat here and heard our people cry out. The least of those are College Park. Every council meeting, come back. And Brother Roderick, you hear them. Sister Tracy, you hear them. Sister Bianca, you hear them. Brother Joe, you hear them. And Sister Jamel, you hear them. But y'all act like you don't hear nothing. But you take $86,000 of our money, Sister Tracy, and give it to an organization. I've been here since 1983. I never heard of them. Never saw them. But not one person comes up here, Brother Joe, and speaks about how they benefited from that money that we gave to them on May 19th. Happened to be Malcolm X's birthday. Is that the kind of gift you give our people? A lie? Where'd the money go, Sister Tracy? Why don't you give the people a report? Because if you gave $86,000 to Sage Hands, and this corrupt slumlord that's in your ward, Pete, who is a devil, because the Bible said the devil's a liar. What makes people think that you're honest with the budget and the budget is true when you're not true about $86,000? You'll sell your soul for $86,000? And we'll all have to stand before God because we can die tomorrow. So I don't trust you all. You get behind closed doors and you make deals for your own pocket. Because my people are suffering. And you aid some white man that's actually in your ward, Tracy Arnold. You hobnob with him while you see your people suffering. God will judge you for that. And you think that my voice is just a voice. I stand with God. God is with me. Because I'm not a whore for money. And you brand new. I never saw you before in our community until it was election time. If you love your people, you get out your seat and you go into Chelsea Gardens and knock on doors yourself. And you find out who needs help, and you get that Sage Hands right next to you and say, help my brother and sister with this or with that. Now you went and I don't know if you're begging the Pete and you got $20,000 you're going to discuss. What you going to do with the money? You going to give it right back to the same ones who did nothing for our people? Are you getting the cut? Because they ain't getting nothing. You work for us. We don't work for you. And I'm sick and tired of you all playing games. And Joe, you've been around a long time. You know Pete's a robber. You know Pete's a slumlord. But you politic. And you play games. I don't care about if you don't like me. Because you don't pay my bills. I have never begged none of you for nothing. But you talk about a budget that I told you Michelle Johnson, for example, had Black History Month. Let me tell you how corrupt y'all are. You let her, don't even live in College Park, reside over Black history, a white woman?
Mr. Muhammad, I would ask.
No, ma'am, I did not say nothing wrong. I said a white woman.
I'm asking.
Ma'am,
Sir,
don't you
sir,
stop me for freedom
sir,
of speech. I'm
sir,
saying to you,
sir,
I said a Caucasian,
Sir,
white, no ma'am.
Sir.
No ma'am.
All I'm asking you is to focus on the budget.
Ma'am, I'm spoken on the budget. I'm about to talk about the budget.
Please.
I am
please
talking
talk
about the budget. Don't dictate to me how to speak, though. I'm going to talk about the budget of Black History Month of 2024. Yes, Chief. I respect my black chief. And I respect you too, Mayor. But don't talk to me to please white people.
Just keep it on the budget,
Now,
sir.
don't talk to me to please your white citizens.
Just keep it on the budget, sir.
Please,
Thank you.
please everybody. Black History Month, I did an opens record request with the chief clerk. I was on the Black History Month committee. I know how y'all play politics and remove me. Joe said that to Michelle Johnson, give the board a report, it's their money. She didn't give a report because you black. And white people don't listen to black leadership. She didn't do it. And you didn't follow up to make sure she did it. So I asked, $50,000, some money came from Fulton County. I asked Terry Jackson, where is it? He'll tell you. He gave me a report. In March, Black History Month was over. In February, from $50,000, he only got invoices of $10,000. Where's the $40,000? He couldn't answer for it. I got the report. You see the connection, the $86,000 to her organization that no one knows about? Michelle Johnson over Park and Recreation? $50,000 that she don't give a transparent report even to the Black History Board? It's a white woman over black history. That's ludicrous. That's insane. But it's our money. And Michelle Johnson doesn't even live in College Park. She lives in a sundown town. A nearly 91% white community. But you find all these black people that came up here. But she lied. And she was dishonest. Right? With the $50,000 budget. But you all kept her on board. But all these were up here. All black were fired. But I called you, Roger Gay, said, why don't you fire her? She lied on me. She went to the police and filed a false police report, which is a felony. But you all are politics, which is corruption. Politics is corruption. And that's why when God comes, he comes with a government on his shoulders, because this government will be abolished by God, and so will you. If you don't be honest and stand for our people. So I ask, when you talk about the $20,000, do you already, y'all talked about it already. We know that. We know y'all know what you're going to vote on already about the $20,000. We'll go to the same organization to make up the $100,000 that you wanted to give them initially, Ms. Arnold. If Sage Hand gave and helped people, not one person from Chelsea Gardens came up and said, I got help from Sage Hands. I got assistance. But you hear our people being pushed out by a white man who don't care about black people, and you go up there and you hobnob with him, and you go and pick up a check, and you walk past the ones who are actually living in horrible conditions. Not one of them said that you came and knocked on their door, Miss Arnold. But I have a business, and I close with this. In your ward, Akira's Cafe and a nonprofit, you said you were going to come And there is the one who's landlord and the property manager are slumlords. Quan Harris is the property manager. But you hobnob with him, and I had to fight to have him pick up trash in your ward. You go over there now, you see a whole bunch of trash in back of our property. I got to pick up trash. Is there a parallel with the slumlord you hobnobbing with in the plaza where I'm at and the one in Chelsea Gardens? The grass all high? Where's code enforcement on Pete? Where's code enforcement on the plaza where I'm at, Joe? If the plaza where I'm at, and I close with this, you got to be fair and let other people speak. If the plaza where I'm at, on Old National Gobby Road, which you propose to have Juneteenth in a dump like that, it looks blighted. If it was in Alpharetta, they would have been shut it down. You will never see a plaza like that in Alpharetta, Buckhead. But how much do you love your people? How are you going to treat the least of these? If I can't shame you, I can't change you. And I'm shaming you because I love you, whether you believe it or not. And I want to see you treat our people, the least of these. The way you treat the least, that's how I would treat you. The way you show you love Jesus, don't you talk Jesus now. Because Jesus would have been in Chelsea Gardens helping our people. So I close and say, no one would trust the budget until you prove you're trustworthy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else wish to speak on the budget? All right. Public hearing is closed.
Next agenda item is the consent agenda. Item 8A, consideration of an action on a request to approve Jewel of the South, Inc. to replace the water main located on Hemp Hill Street in the amount of $159,733. This work will be done in Ward 1. This is a budgeted item, Fund GL account number 505-440-44054-1400, the most fund. Item B, consideration of an action on a request to approve Kimmy Construction, Inc. to replace water main located on Rugby Terrace in the amount of $646,330. This item is requested by Timothy Lewis, Water and Sewer Superintendent. This is a budgeted item from the Fund Most Tax Fund GL account number 505-4400-54-1400. This item is in Ward 1. Item C, consideration of an action on a request to pay Kimmy Construction Company, Inc. $169,874 for the emergency main repair located on Best Road. This is a budgeted item from the Most Fund GL account number 505-4400-54-1400. This work was done in Ward 2. Item E, approval to pay East Coast Grading in the amount of $71,619.66 for completed paving work on Skyline Drive conducted on May 7th, 2025. This is a budgeted item, GL account number 100-4200-54-1400, Community Enhancement. This item is being requested by Councilman Roderick Gay. This item is in Ward 4. Agenda item 8F, consideration of an action on a request to approve Kimmy Construction Company, Inc. to remove and replace an existing 24-inch concrete storm pipe in the middle of Herschel Road in the amount of $46,300. This is a budgeted item from the Fund Stormwater Improvement, GL account number 560-4250-54-770. This item is located in Ward 4. This item is being requested by Highway, Streets, and Stormwater Superintendent Raymond Cotton. Item 8G, consideration of an action to add Winthrop Drive to the current street paving contract. This item is being requested by Councilman Roderick Gay. This item is a budgeted item at GL account number 100-4200-54-1400. This will service Ward 4.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Karen?
I just question.
There.
D, did you read all of them? For some
He was
reason
removed
D was removed
to regular business.
to regular session. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't catch that. All right.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Agenda item 9A, DMO presentation presented by Mercedes Miller, ATL Airport District.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager. We're going to the slides. Okay, very good. First of all, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to give this update. We've been trying to give it for a while, so I'm excited to let you know what we have going on. Next slide with the video.
I need to turn the volume on just one moment.
Every city tells a story. 3 unique communities weave a tapestry of culture, art, and unity. Welcome to a journey through spaces where diversity blooms and every soul contributes to the symphony of life. Stories unfold in every corner of these cities, with each neighborhood telling its own tale. Here, every street, every face, and every note plays a part in the grand symphony of community. This place is a canvas. Its residents are artists, painting a picture of unity in diversity. To the district, where there's harmony in diversity.
Thank you. This is our diversity video that we show outside of the state of Georgia and to most of our clients. I want them to see the diversity that we have in our 3 cities that make up the ATL district. We're very proud of it, and I wanted to share it with you all because I didn't know if you had seen it or if you were familiar with it. We're going to move on to the mission of the Convention Center. I know that most of you all are familiar, but the mission of the ATL Airport District is to generate economic development for the cities of College Park, Hateville, and Union City by effectively marketing the community as a preferred tourism convention and meeting destination. Our vision is to be the most accessible, customer-focused destination in the United States. That's what makes up the district. And then we put information about the district. You all know everything there is to know about the district, but our citizens may not. The DMO is funded by people's dollars that are spending money in the hotels and in the Airbnbs. That's how it's funded. So funding of our organization does not affect tax dollars at all. At the more beds we put in beds, it actually gives the cities money to do tourist product development so that they can do like the botanical garden, or they can do some improvements with the Welcome Center. So that is how we input money into the city. Next slide. Okay, sales report. So far, as of May 15, 2025, we have an overall sales lead of 739. We have an overall total definite room nights of 111 rooms and 111,090 rooms. But the economic impact of those rooms is $114 million plus, and that's just through May 15th of 2025. Next slide. These are not all of our groups, but these are the highlighted groups. We actually have booked 49,000 rooms from Delta Airlines, which is an economic impact of $34 million. Chick-fil-A, room nights are 27,000, economic impact of $32 million. Varsity cheerleading events, they have 2 programs, and most of these events are also at the Convention Center. Some are in hotels only. The varsity cheer event is 3,927 rooms with the economic impact of $4.5 million. And then we have the Southern Volleyball Tournament, 3,506 rooms, $6 million economic impact. And even with the SWAC basketball, this was their first year being with us, but they really put a lot into the community. They had over 1,300 rooms. I think they used over 14 hotels with the economic impact of $1.9 million, and they're expecting their attendance to improve next year. And then the Skyhawks. The Skyhawks generate about 902 rooms. Most of those rooms are from the visiting teams with an economic impact of $4.6 million. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the marketing that we do, what I did was show some examples. These are some marketing things that we do for the Gateway Arena, the Love Basketball, the Dream, also for the Skyhawks. Some of the social media ads that we put out, we actually pay for those ads so they would get noticed by more of the customers. Next slide. Okay, and then we do a lot of the marketing for the Convention Center. We also provide all of the monies that they use to market, and we fund most of the sales trips that they do. So these are some of the groups that they've had at the Convention Center, and we go back, we get information from the groups, we're meeting with the groups, finding out what they need, and then we do a lot of their social media as well as some of their marketing reports. Next slide. Okay, so these are some events that we do for the city of College Park. And when I say we do the event, we work with the staff, with the city, we come up with logos, we come up with branding, and we help them, we give them the information so they can get it out. So if they need posters, if they need banners, we have been the people that's behind the scenes that has been working with that. Next slide. These are some other College Park events that we have done marketing for. Kids Fest, I think we've done Kids Fest since its beginning. The Wine Stroll, the Light Up the City. These are information that we have. We put most of these flyers in the hotels, and we produce them for the city staff. Next slide, please. Some other events that we do for College Park events. So not only do we do the citywide events, we're a big part of what's going on with Juneteenth. When you have the movie nights out, when you have strolls, we are the ones that's in the background. And we're good with being in the background. It's our job to make our cities look good. Next slide. We also, for the marketing for the Keep College Park Beautiful, we actually worked with her. We came up with her branding. We came up with her logos. And we are part of the organization. We help her to get her volunteers. So we send out the information to help her get volunteers for when she's doing trash pickup and she's doing other events. Okay. Some of our 2025 strategic priorities. Now I can look down because I had to look up at first because I had my readers and they broke, and I'm getting older and I can't see. So now I can see. Okay, some of our strategic priorities is to attract regional and national conventions to this area, to develop local tourism assets and partnership, expand our digital and social media presence, and support community-based tourism initiatives. Next slide, please. Okay, some initiatives that we are working on. We're looking at a billboard opportunity on Camp Creek Parkway. We are working on a banner program for the hospitality zones for all of our cities. Councilman Gay, I saw your new banners. They look great. Hopefully we can put ours on the other side of them. But we are looking at a banner program. We are also working on a commercial. I was speaking earlier to the Mayor Pro Tem, and we were talking about advertising in the airport. And after we had the discussion, we decided it's a much better idea for us to show a commercial during the Dream game, during the Skyhouse game. So that's what we're working on, so that we can highlight College Park. Not only the fact that the team is named after them, but then show some of the assets that you have in the city. We're doing the FIFA engagement, and I'll talk more about that later. We are working on doing some restaurant training, getting them Serve Safe. That's a certification we did that years ago. We want to go back to doing that, as well as doing some customer service training. And we're also working on a 3-year strategic plan, which I'm hoping to work with the city manager to get what's important to you all and what your priorities are, so that when we do our strategic plan, we're including the things that we know is important to the city. Okay, moving on. Okay, very good. Okay, for FIFA strategy, we're going to host some College Park events, a series of events involving the local businesses. We have hotel promotions and decor programs going out, and we have digital advertising and promotion. If you all look up in the corner on the left, it gives you what our logo is going to be, since we can't really use FIFA. So we're going to do the District Cup. The College Park District Cup. So that's where we're going to go. And if you see our first ad, it is Kick It in the District, and that's where we're going to start it. Next page, please. Okay. We need your help. There are some things that we need help on with the city, and I think that it's just a communication thing with both our side and your side. So we want to work on some initiatives that will help us with better communication. Before I go into that, though, I do want to give you an update, because they have started having meetings about FIFA. So we had our first meeting, I think it was last week. We have another meeting scheduled tomorrow with the Atlanta Convention and Visitors Bureau. I had lunch with them last week to find out what they knew, so I'm always trying to get with the ACVB and the Georgia World Congress Center to find out what's going on. But so far, our team, I am on the board of directors for the Atlanta Convention and Visitors Bureau, and they're the leading organization that's welcoming FIFA to the area. Our vice president of sales, Kristen, serves on the board of directors for the Georgia Sports, the state's official sports tourism marketing initiative. She sits on that board for us. And then we have Gabby, our director of marketing. She's leading our FIFA-related efforts, working closely with the ACVB and other key stakeholders. So we kind of have our hand. We're trying to attack it in all different directions. And as soon as they have information, we have information. The one thing that we do have now is that we do have all the dates. We don't know who's going to be playing, but we do have the dates. We did check on the pricing. I don't think any of us can afford to go. I know that we can't afford to go because it is for people with serious money. But we would be doing hotel promotions to get citizens to book in College Park. We're doing some public events for the locals, because when you do public events for FIFA, if you're doing them and it's over, I think it was over 500 or 1,000 people, you have to pay for licensing to have that event. So you can't just turn on your TV and have 1,000 people out and watch it, because you have to have licensing from, I think it's from Fox or Telemundo. So we're working with them to find out what we need to do to be able to host events. And as I said, we already know the dates for 25 and 26. It's important to remember that there will not be a lot of specific information on FIFA until the end of the year. They're expecting to give us information by December of 2025. We've already been in several meetings that have scheduled. We have schedules for all the matches, but knowing which team will be playing is the key. That's going to determine how many rooms and how many people we get in our area. And as soon as we have information, we will forward it to the cities. Okay, I'm almost done. Things that we need your help. It would help because I consider us a partnership. If we have a link on your new website, so that when people go to your website and they're looking for hotels or looking for hospitality, they could click on the ATL district and it'll take them through all the hotels that we have in the city. I'd also would like to do, I guess I'm going to go on a marketing campaign to kind of explain the difference between a CVB and a chamber. There's a lot of discussion about, because I talked to Carmelita, and when I talk to her, she has people asking her about hotels. I have people asking me about marketing businesses. And what we do, we market the city to visitors to bring in tourism dollars. Our job is to make this destination a top choice for meetings, sports, and leisure travel. The Chamber of Commerce, their focus is on supporting local businesses, and their job is to help businesses grow, connect, and thrive. Give them information on how do they create a website, how do they meet more people. So what I am doing is meeting with Carmelita from the Chamber to see if together we can form some training, we can form some education forums, so that we don't want to leave our small businesses out, but we want to kind of incorporate them both so that everybody's getting something. Okay, let's see. Moving on. Also, for chambers are, their main responsibility is to host networking events and business training. It is to support small business growth, advocate for business-friendly policies, and organize community and business celebrations. So that's kind of their function. Our function is to promote the destination through marketing and PR, offer support and services to event planners as well as our cities, and provide visitors guides and information. So I think everybody can see the difference. We're in the same lane, but we change lanes at some point. So that is what we are doing now. I thank you all for your time. I did send out an email. Do you have the whole staff? I did send out an email earlier to let you all know that that the ATL Airport District got the best gateway city category from Smart Meetings. And the important thing about that is that is voted on by customers. It's not voted on by hoteliers, not voted on by city people. It's voted on by customers. So that shows that our customers are pleased with what we have to offer in our cities. And also this year we will be hosting the Georgia Association of Convention and Visitors Bureau. We won that bid, so we will be hosting that over in the complex early next year. I think that's it. This is my staff. I can't do anything without them. I want to thank AT and LaShanta. LaShanta is our finance person. AT is our marketing guru. So they're the brains. I'm just the mouthpiece. But I appreciate them being here with us to answer any questions. So if I don't have anything else, so if anybody has any questions, I'm available.
All right. Any questions?
I don't have any questions, just comments. It was a really good meeting with you and LaShanta. It's good to see AT as well today. Just looking forward to the things that we've discussed moving forward. So I'm excited. Thank you again. This was a fantastic presentation. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mercedes. Great presentation. Looking forward to more dialogue and more communication so that both sides are knowing exactly what we're all working on so we can combine our efforts. So.
Well, your city manager sent out about 8 emails, so I am connected to everybody now.
All right, now we're talking. All right.
Okay, thank you all.
Yeah, also, Mercedes, I wanted to congratulate you on the Smart Cities designation. That's huge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Gay?
Just great presentation. I just had a couple questions. With the airport looking to do a $450 million expansion to the SkyTrain and the Conrad, how does that impact our airport district and what y'all do? Do you see that as giving us more or less heads in bed, or does that have an effect on us?
I really don't think it'll have an effect because they are going to be transporting people over here when they're working on the train. They've already set up transportation sort of like they did with MARTA when they took MARTA down, and they'll bring people over. If they expand the train, I think it would be great because it'll take people further down. Any form of transportation that improves an area is always great for hospitality. Because of transportation there, then my hope is that development follows.
And looking way down the road, what could we reimagine our city to be to attract more? Because at some point you can only rent so many hotels.
Right.
So if you maxed out the hotels, what can we do looking down the road to attract more tourism, more hotels? Like, for example, I was in Vegas and they got this big spear, like it's $1 billion. My son showed it to me. And I said to myself, well, why would they build that and they already got all these hotels? But somebody had the vision to do something even bigger. So what could College Park do?
Actually, downtown Atlanta is building something like a spear too, down near the Gulch. They're building something exactly like that. If you, for instance, Councilman Carn was talking about it today. When you get off at the airport in Vegas, before you can get to your hotel, you pass a Top Golf. Some people, when they have a flight that's laying over, they'll go play a couple rounds of golf and go back. As I told them today, we have to create things on Main Street that's going to draw people there. This weekend, I was over on Highland. So Highland has a restaurant. In the back of the restaurant, they have a park. In the park, they have seats, they have TVs, they have a bar there. So if you're on the Beltline, you can take a walk, or you can stop, you can have a drink, you can go watch TV, you can watch sports. We've got to have things on Main Street that keeps people there. When you look at all the people that's at the convention center, if you go up to Camp Creek, if it's a cheerleading event, our cheerleaders are up on Camp Creek because they have somewhere to eat, they got something to do, and they have somewhere to shop. And those are what keep people in your city and keep their dollars in your city. Because for me, I want you to lay your head in the bed, but I also want you to spend your money here. But we have to be able to bring development here where people want to spend their money. Me, I would like to see a premium outlet in 6 West. But that's me. I'm a shopper. But that's something that we don't have on this side of town. The closest premium outlet you have is way on the other side of Marietta. And the next one is way down at Tanger Outlet, down 75 South. We don't have anything near the airport for that. So for stuff like that, me as a shopper, even if I'm going to the airport, I'll stop, do some shopping, I'll leave early, go do some shopping, then go to the airport. So we've got to have things that's going to draw people in. We need things for people to do. 6 West is going to be very important to us because we have the hotels, we have all the development of the hotels, but what do they do in between? I would love to see a Top Golf or something similar. It doesn't even have to be that, but that's something that draw people to our area. An entertainment venue where people can go, they can play games. It gives, because those fathers that's sitting over for the cheerleader event, what we used to do is create lounges for them. So we put TVs in there, we put a bar in there to get a dad something to do. Well, what if the dads had something to do over at 6 West? Their kids are over here to competition there, and they're spending money right across the street. So I am very interested to see what's going to go in 6 West.
I just got 2 other quick comments. How do we market our hotels in the the GICC campus from amongst the hotels in other parts of the city? In other words, if I was coming to College Park and I saw the hotels, are y'all including the hotels on National, on Sullivan? How do you differentiate yourself, or do you combine those as part of your overall health?
We include all the hotels because we get hotel motel money from most of the hotels. Some of the hotels on Old National we do not, because if they're extended stays, once they stay over 30 days, you don't get tax dollars from it. But they usually don't have availability for the groups that we have. Now, the hotels that's over on Sullivan Road, we do. When we send out a lead, we're not just, because a lot of times the convention center is full and those hotels are full. So what we try to do is fill that up first so it pushes the pressure out into the other hotels in the other areas.
And one last question.
Mm-hmm.
How does the hotel that's being built, the Intercontinental at the North Concourse, is going to affect our hotel stays?
I don't know what hotel.
The big hotel when you get off the SkyTrain, right there.
Oh, you mean the one at the airport?
Yeah.
Well, it's in College Park, so we'll get hotel motel tax. From my understanding, in the beginning they were going to build a lot of space with it, and I don't think that that the space is going to be as big as they had planned in the beginning. But it really doesn't hurt what's going on the campus. It just gives us more hotel motel tax.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
And thank you for allowing us to serve you.
Next agenda item, presentation, Old National Merchant Association, presented by Emmanuel Rainey, sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Always good to see you all, former colleagues as well. It's an honor to stand speaking behind Mercedes. She's doing such a great job with the DMO in her new position, new role there. One thing she said at the end that I would like to just make sure we understand is it's good to work with you all. As the president of Old National Merchants Association, as the president for the last 4 years, it has been good to work with the city of College Park. But I would like to say, it's better seeing if we can be considered for the Old National and Godby Road corridor. We have the hotels, as you said, Councilman Gay. We have the hotels on the Sullivan Road corridor. And I would disagree with Mercedes on that. They may offer hotels on the Sullivan Road corridor, but we are shunned away from, most people are shunned away from Old National. And the reason why is that there are numerous reasons when you say cleanliness, things that need to be addressed because they've been left out for so long. And I understand there have been efforts that have gone towards Virginia Avenue, that have gone towards Main Street, and you've seen those differences over the years. I've seen the differences in Main Street and how you all have chosen to make sure it looks a certain way. I've seen the differences on Virginia Avenue where you made sure the facade looks differently than it used to. It doesn't look like 1980 anymore, and it was fine in 1980, but in the year 2025, it looks better. People go there. You're open up businesses for it. So I would like to go ahead and with my presentation at this time. Thank you. The Old National Corridor is basically that realm in which Mercedes talked about when she said a chamber. We are that organization that is dedicated to Old National. Most chambers, you have a Fulton County Chamber, a South Fulton Chamber. They are dedicated to City of South Fulton, to College Park, to Union City, to Palmetto, to Chattahoochee Hills. They're dedicated to everywhere. However, we are dedicated to Old National. For you all who do not know, Old National consists of, we concentrate on the two cities, City of College Park, City of South Fulton. You all have been our partners and have truly, truly been a major stakeholder in what we do. So our organization itself, it offers the networking opportunities, creates engagement with the two cities, which needs to be done more. We have two cities, two standout cities, City of College Park, City of South Fulton. We have to have relationships with each other because College Park is actually the gateway to South Fulton. We are the gateway. College Park is that gateway. So Sullivan Road, Godby Road, Old Bill Cook, Phoenix Boulevard, those corridors have to be maintained. They have to be looked at. They have to be considered. We want to make sure those businesses, and many of them are mainstays in our organization. We have Department of Labor, we have Central Station, City of College Park, Davis, Jackson Transportation, Hilton Hotel, Embassy Suites, Midway Missionary Baptist Church, Judge Penny Brown Reynolds Foundation, Rap-A-Lot, Trainer. Compound. We have numerous organizations. That's just to name a few. Those organizations are they're stalemates on our team. They make sure that College Park isn't overlooked. When South Fulton wants to do all that good stuff, people are saying, what about College Park? So we make sure we include College Park council members. We include Councilwoman Tracy Arnold. We include Councilman Joe Carn. We're looking to include Councilman Roger Gate and Jamel McKenzie. Just last month, I believe we had VITA President Sabrina Willis speak at our membership meeting. So we're looking to make sure Old National Merchants Association represents the city of College Park and includes College Park in all of that, what it's trying to do. And we got to understand what we're trying to do in serving the community. We're trying to build economic stability for all these businesses that come into the city of College Park. For example, how many chicken and fish restaurants do we have on that corridor? It's numerous. We have to find some businesses that seek out where people, when they come to the convention center, they can come down there and see other stuff. City of South Fulton got Art and Garden to come in there. They've got other businesses. But we have to, as a city, create an avenue for people to come up into their other plaza where we have a movie theater that's been closed since 1989. That's blight. I mean, we argued about the Target for years, but that movie theater sat dormant the entire same time. So we have to consider that, and that's an effect on businesses. So when businesses come, they see these entities, and they look for reasons how to get treated. So we have to understand how they look is how they're going to be treated. So if they look a certain way, we want to make sure customer service is up, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to make sure. So again, our board members, we have many that are situated in the city of College Park. We have Giannis Barner, who's an employee. He's interim. I believe he's the interim director over at the GICC right now. Jason Schultz, Andre Joseph, Carmen Patterson. These are all business owners within the city that are vested, that do their Christmas drives here. We do our scholarships here. We're looking to create an avenue to where we can all thrive and grow. Our tactical needs, next slide. Our tactical needs and funding and gaps along the corridor. Many of the advantages are given again on Main Street and Virginia Avenue that should be considered on Old National. Just in our last business meeting, we were told about the facade grants, where everybody else had an opportunity to look at it and see it and do all those things. We were given a last minute notice. So we would like to just get those opportunities on the front end, along with everybody else. Nothing more, nothing less. Though we have a police and fire station area, the concepts are sometimes left out when we talk about beautification and safety features that benefit our community. We talk about community policing. Community policing along Old National looks different than the community policing along Main Street and Virginia Avenue. It just looks different. Not to say it doesn't happen, it looks different. The police that patrol Old National are SWAT. They police us differently on the Old National Corridor. Not to knock SWAT, but they police differently. They approach differently. And not to say it doesn't sometimes is warranted, but the community relations from we have a police precinct named after the first African American police officers. we need to, there are opportunities. I appreciate Councilwoman Arnold and Councilman Gay for all of their community things that they do in the community, the events, the festivals. I mean, but we have to engage more for our businesses along this corridor. So any consideration of grants or streetscapes are necessary for the betterment of our corridor. Next slide, please. College Park has always been a major stakeholder in the Old National Merchants. We can serve you better if we are included in your budget with more of your public safety, community engagement, community growth, and development. College Park, again, is the gateway to the city of South Fulton. Businesses, ethics for new business. This is the key of what we need on the Old National Corridor. A lot of people come to College Park and they come to Old National and they say, oh, I don't like the way they treat it. We have business relations with whether it's the community, faith-based community, whether it's the major chain hotels and major chain grocery stores, where it's Kroger, Walmart. A lot of places, that's the only place a lot of those people on Old National can go. You got Wayfield on one side, you got Kroger on the other, and you got Walmart, which is not a grocery store. So a lot of times, many of them are in a food desert. So we have to realize a lot of our people will go to another place to do things because they say customer service is bad. When I was a department head here, Michael Hicks and Bill Benefield and I would go eat lunch every other day, somewhere along the corridor, Main Street, Virginia Avenue. But unfortunately, people are not just openly doing that today. We have to make sure we are holding ourselves accountable and purposely serving the Old National Corridor. So I'm not going to belabor the time. I know you all have a lot going on. Final slide, if you don't mind, is a picture of what we do in engagement. Mercedes said it best. We do the ribbon cuttings. We do the community events. We do the 5K, which the mayor has participated in the last 3 years we had it. I've seen her lose a whole body, whole person in running our 5K. She has. I mean, she's lost a whole person. Y'all say what you want to say. We've had Councilwoman Arnold, Councilman Carn participate in our Christmas toy drive. We've constantly given toys to people in the city of College Park, but we want to make sure that we're not only doing these engagements and photo ops. We want to make sure we're involved with the businesses along this corridor. So I'd appreciate it if you would just consider Old National as part of the city of College Park when it comes to your finances. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Wait, don't.
Thank you. Forgive me.
Anyone have any questions?
I just want to say, Emmanuel, this is a wonderful presentation, and thank you so much, very much needed. I'm glad that Councilwoman Arnold sponsored this item, because there's no reason why we shouldn't have been doing this with the Old National Merchants Association long time ago. But now we're here right now. So I totally agree with everything you're saying, and we are one city. But we look different in different places, and it's okay to look different, but we still need to have equity everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You have different trends, different cultures, different ethnicities, and so our city should reflect that. But in terms of opportunity and really having this partnership, this financial, but then also partnering with Old National. And I want to thank you for your leadership. We did come out when I wasn't on council, and I do appreciate you having me out to speak to the business owners years ago, and looking forward to really moving forward with what you've suggested and building a better, greater partnership for Old National.
Thank you.
Councilman McCarty?
All right, Emmanuel, good to see you here. Great organization. I attend as many of the Old National Merchants meetings as I can. There's a lot of need in that corridor. We've got some improvements we absolutely have to make. A few years back, I had worked with GDOT and encouraged them for the median improvements that we did receive, along with some of the expanded crosswalk infrastructure. But there's a lot more work that needs to be done there. So I guess this is going to be a request for funding for services. Now, is this going to be kind of a grant for some streetscapes or facade improvements, or what in particular are we itemizing here for what you're gonna need and what we're gonna do with it here?
Okay. It's work within the corridor as far as the businesses are concerned, as far as getting them up to stuff on making sure it's basically a benefit to the city. You'd be surprised in the businesses on Sullivan Road that don't have a business license, don't have business permits, things like that. Just making sure these businesses are up to par, making sure that everybody, that the streetscapes are looking up to par. Yes, that is part of it. But the other part is the education to the vendors and merchants along the corridor.
Okay, so we got some business improvements for the shop owners.
Yes, sir.
Side grants.
Yes, sir.
Stuff like this.
Well, the facade grant's coming from you all. That's not us.
Okay, so this
That's
yes.
so different. No, that's
Yeah.
another thing.
This
It's part of it.
business.
Hold on. Councilmember Carnes speaking, and then Councilmember Arnold, I'll let you clarify.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's a variety of different things. It's not just one item. You understand what I'm saying?
Correct.
So,
Well, I'm on board with it. I think we need to actually put that type of attention in there, in that area, in the corridor. We need the funding in the corridor. Right. Now, all I need is a list of, what we're gonna do,
Yes.
so we can check that off, and I think we're good to go.
yes, sir.
So we wanna, city manager, we wanna make sure we get that, and well, I'm on board, I can tell you that much. So, all right.
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold.
Yes. The goal was to be able to provide funding for the Old National Merchants Association for both, for facade grants and other grants that they may deem appropriate for the business owners in the Godby Old National Corridor. It's not just going to be, because all of them won't have facades that they need to address, but they needed some resources to be able to help support those businesses. Because at the end of the day, I think that we all want to make sure that we keep the businesses that we have within the city in business. So it may take some education, some seminars, and some exposure as well, just a little similar to what we provide for the College Park Main Street Association. I think that when we had our budget discussion a few weeks ago, and we talked about the monies that were allocated that were specifically for facade grants for the Main Street corridor, and recognizing that the Old National Godby Road corridor was not included in that, it just sparked something for me at that moment that, okay, we have merchants also in this corridor that need assistance as well. And those grants were specific to Main Street. And so now this, we can partner with the Old National Merchants Association to provide not only facade grants, but also additional resources for our merchants there. Thank you so much for the presentation. And thank you for all of the work that you've been doing so far to support our businesses. And I'm looking forward to us continuing to work together.
Councilmember Gay.
Emmanuel, a great presentation. If you don't mind, I'd like to make a couple of comments because
Yes.
I'm been going on national when it was Richway, so and the theater.
Yes,
But
sir.
you hit on a couple of things, and I think the city, in addition to giving you money, I think the city should take a serious look about condemning the theater.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's long overdue. Candace Burns got the money. She's not doing nothing with it. I think we need to condemn it. The other issue is you're starting to attract a lot of tractor trailers.
Yes, sir.
We allowing tractor trailers to park in the service merchandise plaza. There's more and more and more trucks.
Mhm.
Trucks are starting to park there overnight. That's not what we used to do. We need to get a little bit, we almost need to create a code enforcement police department just for that corridor.
Yes, sir.
Because I do agree with you that we do police different. I mean, really different. I know. I've been a victim. But we do. But that, and you also say it may be warranted, but it may be that we have to look at a different way to really enforce that corridor. It may not be the same way. We do a great job, but I mean, even when I'm riding illegal, I'm paranoid when I drive down Nation from my own staff. And I can only imagine what other people think. I got friends, professional friends, that say they don't even come that way because they drink.
That's right.
They don't nowhere near that.
Right.
And a couple other things is, Councilman Cohen touched on it, but we need to get our GDOT commissioner down here. And y'all need to really find out, you know, why aren't we getting the resources? Well, first of all, let me compliment GDOT because they've done an amazing job on the corridor. They really have. Better than I've ever seen it. But the mediums, they need to do better. When you get ready to go to church, Creflo Dollar, or you go and you get off our mediums, they just don't look good.
Yes.
And when you go up north, 85 north, any medium get off. It's day and night. And I think the CIDs have a role to play in that. So
They do.
you might need to look at developing a different type of CID. We got a business owner back there in the back from Old National. And I met with those gentlemen, and they have some concerns, and I think y'all need to talk. Because they have legitimate concerns. Another thing I want to tell you is that I think we need to do eminent domain on the target. I just think we do. I think it needs to be a green space. I just believe, and I'm trained to know that green space is better sometimes than brick and mortar. I mean, we just need to get it at fair market value and do some kind of public space with it. But it's just sitting there, and it don't need to just keep sitting there. And I'll introduce the legislation if I had the votes. The next thing,
excuse me, Councilman Gay, that was a study done, and listening to Mercedes talk about, I know you talk about 6 West, the study was done, and that site would have been perfect for Top Golf, to be honest with you.
I mean, there's a million public uses that we could do it, but for just to be sitting there,
yes,
I mean, year after year after year after year, it's just, so I'm saying in closing, I think you got bigger problems than just us funding you, which is nice. But you got GDOT problems, you got logistical problems, especially at the, and then another thing you need to look at, there was poor planning in Old National. You got a cement company that's giving out dust. You got, I mean, that's just, the urban planning there, it's just a weird mix. So y'all got to figure out a way to kind of, maybe ask them, can they relocate, do some land swapping with them? And last but not least, you know, Creflo Dollar.
Yes, sir.
He's from Ward 4.
Yes,
and he drives there to $1 billion church. He needs to step it up. He needs to be, is he a member of your?
Yes, they actually have a board member that sits on that.
He needs to come. Him and Taffy need to come. And because he's from our community, he has a responsibility to give back to that corridor. He drives up and down it. And last but I will tell you is that there's a lot of people who depend on MARTA to go to work, hard-working people. 70% of them people in the apartments work every day. And you know how they got those buses on Union that take people to the park, go down to the parking lot? I think it's one on Campbellton Road. The buses are there. You get dropped off, and the buses all take you. That bus, 83 or whatever, it can't really get the people back and forth as conveniently as if that was a better connection. You know what I mean?
I do.
A transit.
I do.
You could use that model target for that. So those are my comments on Old National.
Councilmember Arnold.
I wanted to add one additional thing. One thing that I didn't want to forget. Our interim economic development director and Mr. Hooker has some details too when it comes to some of the expectations and the thoughts around that Godby Old National Corridor when you're looking at the facade grants that will help when you all are looking to support the businesses in that area,
Okay.
along with some of those limits for the amounts of monies that we would typically fund.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have
So,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just wanted to have just a little clarification and also maybe consideration. My understanding is that the motion that we're going to make today is to approve a contract for services with your organization for services and resources so that you can provide services and resources.
Yes, ma'am.
My thought is that we approve the contract as a contract for you all to provide those services, but that we separate facade grants and talk about another, because this is not really a grant, this is a contract. And so I would hate for you to have to use the $50,000 to provide, I mean, you all can do that, but to have to use that to provide facade grants, I think that we still should, Councilman Arnold, we still should look at providing grants, facade grants, in addition to this amount of money.
I think we need a contract.
Excuse me?
So I think we need a contract.
No, the contract, I'm saying, this is fine. Tonight is a contract for $50,000, but I think that in addition to the contract, that the facade grants should not necessarily be, because they're grants. This contract is for you to provide the services, to render the services to help the businesses and provide resources and education, to my understanding. I think it's two different pots of money. So I'm fine with the $50,000 for that, but I just don't think that it would be a good idea for you to have to take facade money out of that for grants when the city can also look into providing, just as we do for the businesses, to other businesses throughout the city, additional funding. That's all. I'm just saying I think that we can do more.
I understand what you're saying. I think part of what I've been hearing throughout the entire conversation is that there's some lack of clarity about the scope of what the $50,000 is going to be used for, because we don't have a contract. I mean, there just isn't one in the, I didn't see one.
So you're saying we don't have so you're not ready to vote on it because we don't even have a
Well,
contract?
I don't vote.
But you don't think that we should vote on it because we don't have a contract?
I mean, I just think we need the terms to understand that to make sure that everybody's got the scope of it.
Oh, well, that's not what I was
The
thinking.
contract should be in the packet, is it not?
I didn't see a contract in the packet. Anyone?
I didn't see one in the packet, but I thought maybe it was in the, did you have it last week?
It should be a
last time?
contract in the packet for the next item. Of course, there was the presentation with the slides, but
No,
there's
there's
supposed to
nothing.
be.
There's just a cover page, as far as I've got it.
Well, again, that's not what I was mentioning. I was just, I was just saying we should have a contract for you for $50,000 for the organization, for the services you provide, and then we should look at a different pot, or increasing our facade grant funds to make sure that we are giving enough facade grants to businesses in the Old National Corridor. So I wasn't trying to hinder the vote on the contract tonight.
Councilmember Carn?
I understand what it is you're trying to do, and your organization has been around for many, many, many years.
Yes, sir.
I remember when Inga Kennedy had it, and they did a lot of good work in the corridor. So I think everybody up here supports what it is you're trying to do. City manager, probably what we want to do, now, I'm fine for, if we're going to approve the intent of what we're going to do with the funding, per making sure we get the contract, and it is, as advertised in terms of the things that we're planning to do in the corridor per the presentation as well, and standard with all the other contracts, an itemized summary of all of the expenditures, that way we know what's going where, and everybody's clear on all of that. But I don't have an issue with moving forward with the intent of what we're going to do per receipt of the contract, and unless there's, we hand that off to you guys in finance, and if we got the contract, we're ready to go, I'm fine with approving now per getting the contract that the expectations met that we want in terms of what it is they're going to be doing.
So was there a contract prepared?
It was.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, to my knowledge, I was not provided a contract, or I would have attached it to the agenda packet.
So, city manager, how can we move forward on this item? Seems like they got consensus. Do we just need to do this contingent on
Yeah,
bring the contract?
yeah, and do.
So I would like to make a motion that we approve this contingent on the contract being provided to city attorney, city manager for review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Agenda item 9D, discussion and consideration of an action on a request for a special event permit from Laid Back Entertainment to host an adult field day at Charles E. Phillips Park on June 28, 2025, from noon to 7 p.m. This item is requested by Queenie Brown, Deputy City Clerk. If approved, this event would be held in Ward 4.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Ms. Brown, good evening.
Good evening. I did provide a more detailed recommendation in your packet. Of course, it will require EMS as these are planned physical activities as well as a police officer. We are asking for the applicant to provide an acknowledgement of waiver as they'll be doing strenuous activities in the park, as well as concluding the event at 7 to ensure that the park is cleaned before the park closes that night.
Any questions for Ms. Brown?
I have two questions.
Councilmember Gay?
Yes, sir.
I welcome all these events. That's why we make the park so nice. But I don't see insurance in your package.
Yes, so for special event permits, they're just applied, they get approved. Once they get approved, then I require the whole harmless agreement and the assurance to be provided. I don't ask for it beforehand.
Can you start providing to us before the event?
Yes.
Like through email chain, email. Second thing is, can we get better clarity about parking? Because I think when people use the park, they don't realize that we don't have 30 parking spaces.
Correct.
You got to go over to the parking lot.
Correct.
These events can't function and let the other people come. They know where to park. So can the judge, but I call Connie Rogers Manning every week about police. I can't keep calling.
Understood.
So can y'all make sure that our park rangers and the officers let these people know that you can come all you want, but you got to park across the street at the 7 acres. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. And I did express that to the applicant that that is very limited parking right there, so they would have to walk to the event if anything.
And is this the one want to use the splash pad?
This is by the splash pad, but they're not using the splash pad. They're just in that area there at top.
Okay. Ma'am?
One suggestion, since we have so many special events, especially in Phillips Park, is there any way we can get signage up there that says special event parking that they can direct them to the 18 acres? That way, when it's called, there's signage. So if I have to act under the color of law, there's signage, and nobody can dictate what was there and what was not there.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we have park rangers, but they're kind of like a disconnect. They need to have these special permit packages. They need to have who's out there. They need to have in their packet who the host organizer. Because oftentimes I run out there, who putting this on?
Well, one thing with the park rangers, just to defend them, it be so many people, and it's usually just one. There's a lot of responsibility for them. I think the governing body coming up with some better protocols will help mediate some of the situations that we have ongoing in the park, especially in the summertime. My suggestion, like I said, if we can get, it shouldn't cost the city much, special event parking, have it displayed, give directions to where people are supposed to park. That way, if you happen to drive by, I welcome all calls. If you call me, I can get it taken care of.
And also, Councilman Gay, Ms. Johnson did make a great suggestion to our department, is that when these events get approved, a calendar invite is sent to everybody between Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and Police. That way they have the application, they have the day of point contact, so that everybody's aware and it's put on the calendar, just as the park rentals are. Well, pavilion rentals, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Carr?
So where exactly, some of these have a map so we can see where they're going to have the event and where the activities are going to be. Is there any reason why this one doesn't have a map?
She did give me a drawn map. I'm sorry that wasn't included, but it is up near the splash pad. I can show you, I can email that to you all.
Okay, so it's up near the splash pad?
Yeah,
Okay,
in the aerial view of where it is.
Okay, well, that answers that question. So we're putting up temporary signage that says you were going to park in the parking across from the park.
If that's the will of mayor council.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think that needs to be part of the, Councilmember Gay, this is your event here in your area here, but I would suggest that be part of the motion. That's a requirement that you cannot park in the park, because that day, you got park attendees that are going to want to park as well. You're having a special event. I think you do need designated parking, so it doesn't. 50 to 100 people will take every space we got over there, and no one else will be able to utilize the park. So my suggestion, and you do it how you want, I think it should be a requirement.
No, you did not.
Well, I think.
It was just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I didn't make the motion.
Well, I would redact my motion if you want to add that as a requirement to make sure that's part of the deal. That
Will that be done by then? We can figure all that out.
I mean, this can be something that can be done, as we move forward. I don't know how quick the signs could be created. It was just a suggestion because, we all go to events, and most people abide by when they see signage of saying we're parking, and I think that will eliminate some of the issues that we have.
Meanwhile, why don't you make some flyers and give them to the organizers and ask them to give them to the guests when they come? And just help us to direct people. That's all. For now, Joe.
And we can get some temporary signs. I mean, it's June 28th, so we can get some temporary signs up in plenty of time.
I don't make signs, so I don't know how long.
That's plenty of weeks to get temporary signs.
We'll talk to Public Works, Eric. Maybe get some signs, call right sales or something. Get some signs up, okay?
And when I don't mind walking, so I can kind of gauge and let them know where the signage needs to go.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Any further discussion?
So the parking.
Councilmember, go right ahead.
So the parking requirement, we want to make sure they're parking over there.
Sure.
So that's part of, I add that to my motion, city clerk, or if Councilmember Gay wants to add it.
Motion to approve require parking in the adjacent field.
Are you making a proposal for a friendly amendment, Councilmember Gay?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Carn? Are you amenable to that?
Yes.
And who made the second?
Councilwoman Arnold.
I think I did.
Okay. Are you amenable?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
That is unanimous.
Agenda item 9E, discussion and consideration of an action on a request for a special event permit from Atlanta Consistory 24A to host a summer annual picnic on August 2nd, 2025 in Ward 4, Charles E. Phillips Park from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. This request is from Quinnie Brown, Deputy City Clerk. This event is held in Ward 4.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember. There's always discussion, Councilmember.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I need to make the motion with the same consideration for event parking.
Yes, sir.
And this is the one where they want to use the splash pad, right?
No, sir.
Oh.
No, sir.
All right, so you've made a motion to approve with mandatory parking over in the 18 acres?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Carn, is your second still stand?
I had discussion, I was gonna add the same.
Hold on, does your second still stand?
Yes, with discussion, yes.
There's always discussion. There's always discussion. So, Councilmember Gay, are you finished?
What was that?
Were you finished?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Carn?
I was gonna add the same, caveat with the parking, but additionally, city manager, one of the things we're working on that we're supposed to have been working on, we don't have a tier for fees when you have an event that's a little larger than generally would fit in the park. So we were gonna establish something, so, we still need to work on that. I know at one time we were gonna start the process, so I would just suggest with, Parks and Rec that we kind of work on that tier, because it's a gap size crowd, and, so it's not the regular standard park usage when you have that many people, so, but we don't have a fee category for that. So we were in the process of working on that, right, Michelle? Y'all were gonna, Queenie, you guys was working on that?
Yes, I did
that
extensive research between cities around this area, as well as going out to Hampton and Stockbridge to develop a fee. We did have a large meeting with staff to propose fees. We proposed a $50 application fee. But like I said, all those things are still in talks and works. So hopefully I'll have more information for you by next meeting.
Okay, give it to city manager. Let's have it on the next agenda. Summer's here. All right.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Agenda item 9F, discussion and consideration of an action on a request for a special event permit from Fostered Foundation to host campaign College Park Community Day 2025 on August 9th, 2025 at Bill Baggett Stadium. This item is,
I apologize.
is requested by Queenie Brown, Deputy City Clerk. This item is in Ward 1.
Is there a motion?
So
Motion.
moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Councilmember
question.
Carn?
And this is on a Saturday?
Yes, sir, this is on a Saturday.
So, Michelle, I'm assuming we double checked it. We're good. We don't have overlap. Do we?
Correct.
Right.
I think he was relating to the football team.
Whatever. Okay, so we're clear with, we don't have any overlap there. Okay.
We don't start,
All right.
flag doesn't start at that time, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, and
Any
this,
further- okay.
yeah, I have something.
Mayor Pro Tem?
This event, this is the third year that we're having, fourth year that we're having this event. I just know I go every year. So, I'm sure that we've worked this out.
Yes.
Yeah, way in advance even, yeah, okay.
You're gonna be able to get us some flyers for the community?
Yes, we will be getting you guys flyers, and we have kind of a request. I know you guys are super, super busy, and I just want to say, hey, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council, I hope you guys are having a great day. We are putting together kind of like a ward versus ward competition, and this is going to be for certain ages where throughout the day between our times, there's going to be certain things they have to do, like read a certain book. They might have to find an egg somewhere. They might have to draw something in a certain amount of time, but we want to reward the ward, and we want this to be something that's going to be carried on for years to come, so you can kind of like rep your ward as you represent Campaign College Park. So then it becomes kind of a competition where, it brings us together, a friendly competition. And I just want you guys on board once we kind of figure out the logistics, get you the flyers, and just see how you guys can get behind campaigning your ward to be in the competition.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you and good night.
Agenda item 9G, consideration of an action on a request to add Lindell Miller, interim city manager, and Terry Jackson, finance director, as authorized signers for the Georgia Fund 1 bank account.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
Is this the one that we added you on?
No, sir, I don't believe so. That was a different one.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is a separate account from the East-West Bank where we're looking to make changes on the authorized signers.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Agenda item 9H, consideration of an action on a request to approve an ordinance amending section 3-24 of city charter, maximum number of retail package liquor store licenses permitted.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second, with discussion, I want to talk about it.
There's always discussion. Councilmember Arnold?
So I guess the discussion that I have here is, can we consider the businesses that we already have in business with these licenses and, rather than us making changes to the population, the counts, just figure out a way to protect the businesses that are currently in business. I just want us to talk about this a little bit more.
Mr. Denmark, is there another way? We have 4 liquor stores in operation right now. They've been in continuous operation. The continuous operation as far as you know, correct?
As far as I know.
As far as you know, for at least, I think, 20 years? Right. So the ordinance says that we can have 1 liquor store per 5,000. Yes, currently. And all of these stores have gotten notifications that they're in violation of this ordinance. They have. So, is there another way to make sure that these 4 stores can operate as they have done for the past 20 years?
There are a number of ways. You could repeal the ordinance altogether. As the ordinance is written right now, it is my belief that they are in violation. However, you could provide legislative relief this evening or at a later date completely from the ordinance by repealing it altogether. You can take a less drastic approach like the measure that's presently being proposed, changing the population requirement and allowing ownership to pass hands and without violating the ordinance. Or there might be yet another solution that might accomplish that end.
Mr. Denmark, so I'm going to ask you to assume, and you can check my numbers on this, but the population for our census in 2020 was 13,930.
Yes.
So if this ordinance were amended to allow us to have 1 liquor store per every 3,000 as opposed to one every 5,000, would that open the door prior to 2030 for any additional liquor stores to be opened?
No.
Okay.
I have a couple of comments.
Councilmember Carn?
The first thing, my suggestion would be that we get into compliance with our ordinances that we do have. We have 2 liquor stores, package stores, operating illegally and out of compliance. Now, this is an attempt to get back to right. We had a couple of discussions with the state attorney general, and one of the big caveats they left us in a long letter was to make sure we're in compliance with our ordinances. I can't think of anybody that would want to stay out of compliance and keep more liquor stores in the community than we changed the rules to make sure that we limited that amount. And this change was done when I was county commissioner. And Mayor, you were here, and you all voted to make sure we limited that. I got a couple of things I want to talk about with this, because this is a big issue, and this is a big part of some of our issues in College Park. There are a lot of urban cities that are majority African American that are somehow, some way designed to fail. And this is a textbook example of how you keep blight going in a community when you're trying to go in the other direction and raise the standards in the community. I'm not interested in going backwards and maintaining the status quo, because that is not working. Now, I've seen addiction up close. I've seen addiction in some of my family members in the past before. I've seen addiction destroy families to the point that where, life just has no real meaning beyond chasing someone's next high. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not an anti-alcohol person. We are a hospitality city, and obviously we're going to have wine and beer and everything else to make sure we're hospitable. So I'm fine with alcohol with our hotels to make sure everything's going fine and well there. I'm fine with alcohol at our restaurants. We're a hospitality city. But excessive, over-excessive, non-compliant package stores next to my low-income residential communities, that's a recipe for blight. That's a recipe for crime, and that's a recipe that we do not need. We're trying to clean this city up. I'm not trying to continue to try to run the city into a ditch. I'm going the opposite direction. And I qualified my reasons based on standard stuff that all of us know here. Increased violence and crime. Chief, you've been here a long time and you get done a lot of policing, have you not?
Yes, sir. It's for you.
I got one question for you, and all I need is a yes or no answer. Would College Park be better off with fewer package stores?
My response has to be more than yes or no. Although we have 4, neither of those locations are part of my nuisance problem kids. But when it comes to crime, alcohol seems to be a legit, when you're looking at national stat, as to individuals who engage excessively in alcohol, it leads to other behavior issues which can turn into crime.
Well, I have a list from the police department as long as this piece of paper with violations on these sites and at these sites. And it's not so much about the violations on the sites. It's about the broad ramifications of flooding your community with alcohol. Now, obviously, increase in violence and crime. There's studies after study after study that has shown the correlation between higher alcohol outlet density and the increased rate of violent crime, including homicides, assaults, sexual assaults. There was one study in Philadelphia recently. My sister lives in Philadelphia. She's an attorney for the mayor, for the city of Philadelphia itself. In that study, Philadelphia found a 5 to 8% increase in assaults for each new package store within a neighborhood. The health inequities, I don't have to talk about that either. Lower income neighborhoods throughout the nation, throughout all the cities, they got a higher concentration of liquor stores. It leads to increased exposure of alcohol advertising and higher rates of alcohol dependency. You add that and compound it with limited access to treatment resources. We have Odyssey here, but that's not enough. I don't want to create and continue a cycle of health inequities and economic burdens that are directly related to alcohol-related health issues. So I don't have to speak on that. Redlining, racial disparities. There's research that suggests the concentration of liquor stores, particularly in low-income and minority neighborhoods, are linked to historical discriminatory practices like redlining, where neighborhoods are unfairly targeted and deprived of investments because there are too many liquor stores around that area. Now, I'm looking for businesses that are going to be assets to this community. I'm trying to get rid of the liabilities. We don't need more liabilities in this community. I think we got a great city, and I think we're working towards striving to do better. This is the first African-American council and full African-American body here. We have a black mayor. We have a black city council. And I believe that we're looking to bring our communities up to a better quality of life, working towards eliminating chronic addiction, blight, and all of these type of things. But the conditions of our residents are not going to improve if we're doing the very opposite of what's going to help get rid of the detriments and the types of businesses that are reducing our chances for future success. It just doesn't make sense to work backwards here. I understand businesses and you got business interests, but at no time should the business economy be more important than the local humanity and what we got to take care of and do here. So I'm not going to support another portal for addiction over progress for our residential neighborhoods. I'm not going to support that at all. I'm trying to reduce community traps that keep our people weak and vulnerable. And in these certain areas in particular, these stores that are next to our low-income residential areas, that's what's happening here. And you know, I heard up here a few times people say, and I agreed with them, that you know, not all money is good money. So I would hope that we would not let liquor stores or big business interest bypass your better judgment here. I mean, let's think logically here. We're trying to go in this direction here. We're not going backwards in the wrong direction now. So
I have a few things.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I've got this, hopefully the questions can be answered. My first question is, which wards are these liquor stores that we currently, the 4 liquor stores we have? Where are they located?
3 are in 2 and 1 is in 3.
Is there anything in 1 or 4?
No.
So,
3 of the 4 are in Ward 2.
okay, so 3 in Ward 2, 1 in Ward 3, because I definitely want to hear from council members in those areas. If I'm correct, Chief, the highest crime rate that we have in the city of College Park are in Wards 2 and 3, is that correct?
That's correct.
Which has the higher crime? Is it Ward 3 or is it Ward 2?
They're a little bit
Pretty much
neck to
okay.
neck.
Ward
So-
3.
Ward
tends- Yeah, Ward 3 has the highest crime rate.
So, I mean, I'm trying to hear everything so that we can make a decision. So I don't have a liquor store. I do have liquor sold in Ward 1, one of the convenience stores, of wine or something like that.
You have a liquor store on Virginia.
But it's
mine.
not considered.
That's mine.
That's
That's
Virginia
mine.
Avenue.
Yeah.
But we do have a little
That's the
store
only one I have, yeah.
it's a convenience store that sells some wine in it. So that's one question. So basically, my other question would be interested because, City Attorney, this ordinance, the amendment for this ordinance this ordinance that we're looking at amending, when was this ordinance put in effect originally? Do we know? The one that we have right now.
I can't remember offhand, but it's been in the last.
I can tell you.
But I don't think this part of it was amended when we did the overhaul.
The one that says 5,000.
It was amended.
I understand that the ordinance was amended, but I don't think this portion of it was amended back.
This portion specifically was amended.
I believe that is incorrect.
Okay, but before today, we had 5,000 persons. The ordinance says 5,000 persons, one liquor store per 5,000. And I'm just kind of want to know if that's something that just came into effect a few months ago, because I don't remember voting on that since I've been on this council.
Either way, it's been several years. I can't remember which year, but that's been on the book for years.
Okay, so we've had an ordinance that we have not been abiding by, because we've had 4 liquor stores, and there's been an ordinance out that says, that's problematic for several reasons to me. One is because we do have some pre-existing liquor stores that have been able to operate and probably thought it was okay, and that's on us. So what do you do with those that already exist? I don't think changing the legislation or amending the ordinance. And then the question is, I'd be interested to know who in this governing body is sponsoring this particular. I don't see a sponsor here. I see, normally when one of us sponsors something, we know who sponsors. I'd like to know who's sponsoring this.
I kind of coach, I'm kind of.
I mean, I'm.
So this is,
Me.
so that's you, Councilman Gay? Okay.
But you sponsor
So
this?
Look. Didn't I just make a motion?
You did.
So that says it in itself.
Well, no, I know you made the motion, but who actually reached out to the law firm and put this on the agenda?
I don't know why that's right.
It's important because, wait, I'm the person talking, I'm still talking, okay? This is important because I think that we need to hear from, I think we need to take into consideration the council members who actually have these liquor stores in their ward. And I think it's important to know that when legislation is being brought to the body for a vote, that we understand, is it coming from a legislator or is it coming from a member of the governing body? And is it coming from a council member that has a stake, a vested stake in this, or is it someone who doesn't have a stake?
It's coming from the mayor who has a vested stake in the
Okay,
entire
so it's the mayor.
city.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I asked
Okay.
for the legislation to be drafted because I think it is absolutely abhorrent for us to work to remove people who are just operating their businesses in our community, who are doing so legally and nitpicking and trying to force them out. And they have been part of the community for 20 plus years. Correlation does not equal causation. Simply because we have wards 2 and 3 with the highest crime rates does not mean that they have the highest crime rates because there are liquor stores in those jurisdictions. They are also the places where we have the highest number of multifamily in the community. We could go to a number of different things, but I think singling out these individuals sends a chilling message to anyone who wants to do business in the city of College Park, because it says we can pick and choose and you might be out even if you have done other than non-compliance with this somewhat arbitrary number, nothing else wrong. There's citations about having signs in a window, or there's trash. I mean, there was trash at Chelsea Gardens. There were a whole bunch of other problems all over the place, but we are picking on these individuals, and it's not right. That's why I asked for it to be put on the agenda.
Okay, no, I'm still, the mayor started talking and I wasn't finished, okay? I think we're dealing with apples and oranges. I've already stated that this is problematic because we have liquor stores that are pre-existing. I am not advocating to shut down the stores that are pre-existing. Let me be very clear. That is not my objective. My objective, my understanding is, why are we changing a piece of legislation? Because we have 4 liquor stores right now. But if one of those decides for some reason to go out of business after 20 years, if we pass this legislation, that means we can have another liquor store replace that liquor store. So the question is, are we interested in how many liquor stores that with this new legislation, if we amend this, we will always have one liquor store per every 3,000 persons. And I don't know if that is the solution. I think, like I said, the apples versus the oranges we maybe need to be talking about grandfathering the stores that are already there and leave the legislation as it is. I am not advocating anything different from that. And I'm also not saying that crime, the question of crime was introduced, okay? But we are also talking about the quality of life, the different types of, we're saying that we have more multifamily, which means we have a more transient community. And we know that oftentimes communities where you have a lot of transients, where you have a lot of multifamily, that those areas are disadvantaged in so many ways, and they are also neglected. So this for me is a societal situation, not just a crime? Are we looking out for the communities that we have the biggest challenges in? And if that is a question, that's a whole different story. But the real issue is, do we change legislation just to make a point, or can we find a way to work this out where we do not infringe upon those stores that are already here, but then in the future, we are not creating an environment where just because we get 3,000 more people in this city, we can add on another liquor store?
We can shift it, but Councilmember Gay, Councilmember Gay, Councilmember,
If I hadn't been interrupted, I would have been finished by now.
Councilmember Gay, and then Councilmember Carn.
I think Councilman Owen was after me. A couple things. Kilroy's was there before this ordinance passed, so they don't count. Let's just make that clear. Kilroy's was there already before the ordinance passed, so Kilroy's don't count. Second of all is, the mayor asked the lawyer when she first started, what are the ways we can do this? He gave us several options, remember? So we wasn't on one size fit all. We was looking for solutions. Third, if there's a way to grandfather it in, fine. I do agree that we don't want to keep adding liquor stores, but we don't want to penalize the ones that's been here continuously.
Right.
Can we just make this simple?
Right. I'm in agreement with that.
I can make it very simple. I've got comments.
Councilmember Carn?
Folks, this is not nitpicking. And for someone to think it's abhorrent that we're nitpicking, we're trying to set the standards for quality of life in this city. And we're working hard to clean up this city, y'all. I've been working for the last several years about substandard apartment community conditions. We established a multifamily task force to work on that. We have gotten several slumlords out of this city completely that have sold their properties because we've tightened up standards and regulations. I can give you several examples there. I have brought this issue up several times to the previous council before you all, but the votes were not there to do anything about it, probably because they felt like it didn't affect their neighborhoods where they lived. And I am hoping for support for our entire community to eliminate some of this and get in compliance with the laws and rules that we set a few years ago. I did a little homework on this, and we established the Alcohol License Review Board to address this independently, and that was a solution that a lot of cities have had that had some issues in terms of alcohol violations and non-compliance. Even without the population situation, several of those stores are non-compliant right now with a dozen violations even outside of the population issue. We're supposed to have 2 liquor stores in this community. 4 liquor stores is far too many package stores for a city that's 10 square miles. In my opinion, that is just ridiculous. And I'm not just saying that because that's my opinion. I did my homework. We were not supposed to double that number, and we want to work to correct that for the best interest of the entire community. I am not done. I looked at some of our neighboring cities. It's my intent to get back to compliance where we're supposed to be with 2 package stores in this city. We're double that. If other cities was looking at ways to keep things double, the residents would have think they had lost their minds or something. Look at the city of Fairburn. Their population is larger than us. Does anyone know how many liquor stores they have? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I'm going to tell you. They got 17,000 people, almost 18,000 people. They only have 3 liquor stores. If they pass this ordinance that we're trying to pass tonight, which would mean 1 liquor store per 3,000 people, they would go to 6 liquor stores. City of South Fulton, which is a lot larger than the city of College Park, they've got 7 or 8 liquor stores right now. if they were to pass this same ordinance that we're looking to pass tonight, which would say 1 liquor store per 3,000 residents, they would be at 38 liquor stores. The city of East Point, our next door neighbors, right now they got 4 or 5 liquor stores. I think it's 4, because the Camp Creek liquor store is actually in the city of Atlanta. East Point's having their city council meeting right now tonight. So if the mayor brought up that ordinance and said, hey, let's have 1 liquor store per 3,000 people, East Point would go from 4 package stores to 12 liquor stores. And I don't even want to get on the city of Atlanta, but with all due respect, I think this is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard, to lock in and secure that we have some blighting factors that would lead to more blight and challenges. I don't need more headaches in this city, and I don't need more liquor stores in this city. We have too many now. I'm trying to get more grocery stores in this city, city manager. That's what I'm looking for, and the things that residents have wanted. I've had more community meetings than anyone up here, and never at any meeting have I ever had anybody say, you know, Councilman, I'd love to see more liquor stores in here. But I have heard this place is flooded with alcohol, and there's addiction all over in our low-income communities. Now, I can only speak to my duty and what I'm trying to do up here. I'm trying to find ways to mitigate the blight. And I absolutely want to make sure we remove 2 liquor stores and get back in compliance. And I make no apologies about it whatsoever, but that's just what I would like to do. And I know I have residents in my community that I know for sure want that same thing to happen. So I'm going to leave it alone and let's vote. Let's see where it falls.
All right.
I hear
Arnold.
Councilman. I hear his concerns. If that is the will of the body, for me, my package store, I want it to stay in business. So that's the way that I feel about it. But I understand exactly what he's saying.
I made the motion.
You did.
So, City Attorney, by the way, for the record, Ward, the liquor stores on Old National was Ward 4. Okay? The liquor stores, Old National was Ward 4. It was annexed by the previous council, for the record. That being said, can I change my motion to not amend this, but to grandfather in the 4 stores? Okay, so Madam Mayor, my motion is to grandfather in the 4 existing liquor stores.
Yes, sir, we can craft the legislation that way, but just so I understand, we would keep the 1 per 5,000, but we would grandfather in the liquor stores that are present right now. And I would have to make an effective date, which would be
How about, my suggestion would be those who received a license in 2025. That, I mean.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Grandfather the stores that received the license in 2025.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
And if
Okay.
they were to cease operating, then you would not
right.
get any more stores.
Right.
So we all win.
Great.
So just to make sure I understand. So out of the 4, if any one of the 4 go out of business, we won't issue a license.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the
Okay.
point.
I just
All
have one
right.
question about
Hold
that
on,
motion.
hold on 1 second. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Carn?
All right, so what
We're still discussing.
Councilmember Gay is proposing is to grandfather them in regards to the 5,000, 1 store per 5,000. And that's it.
If anyone cease operating, your ordinance comes into play.
And we should be clear, Madam Mayor, if some unfortunate calamity were to befall them, lightning strike, fire, I mean, if they go out of business, they can't come back. And they may go out of business through no fault of their own. So we just need to be clear about that.
And that may happen when we have 20,000 people too, so.
Yeah.
But if they have other violations, that they don't get a pass on those.
We're not, as I understand it, affecting the code in any other respect.
No,
Okay,
this is just
all right.
about, this is
Okay.
about the number of liquor stores that we can have. And,
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right. So the motion passes with Councilmembers McKenzie, Arnold, and Gay in favor, and Councilmember Carn opposed.
Agenda item 9I, consideration of an action for a $10,000 budget transfer from Ward 3 Initiatives Fund GL account number 100-6122-54-7851 to the Police Department to support the 2025 event activities for National Night Out.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you,
Discussion.
Councilmember Carn. There's always discussion.
I was going to say,
Councilmember
it needs
Carn.
to be adjusted.
Councilmember Carn, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Right, yeah, right. So we need to adjust this item. There is going to be a budget transfer from Ward 3, Ward 2.
and Ward 1.
Oh, okay, well then it's going to
Yes,
be
Ward
an adjustment
1.
from all the wards. So the amount was going to be $5,000. So it's $5,000 from each ward.
Actually, I was going to give 10,000
Oh,
from mine.
okay, well, okay.
Then I don't need to do mine, because we've already given you during the budget $40,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's
And
it.
I just would
Yes.
suggest that the money is transferred into our city events under National Night Out.
Yeah,
So-
I committed to $10,000. I just, Tracy beat me to the punch in terms of how to.
So it's 10,000 from Ward 1.
Well, wait, it's when someone requested some additional funds from the community police officers. We asked how much, the amount was $10,000. I'm fine with that. If we all want to participate, why don't we split that 4 ways, $2,500 apiece, if that's the request? Now,
That was not the request. When I spoke to the officer about this, who I will not mention the name, there were, I never knew about a 10,000. I just knew that they had different things that needed to be paid for. And like you were paying for something, Councilman Arnold, and I agreed to pay for a service that needed to be provided at the event.
And
So-
whatever, it's a donation, it's a transfer from y'all community initiative into the police citywide events National Night. So whatever the number, we will be pleased with. This event has gotten larger every year. This year will be no different. But whatever extra funds there is, this is our biggest event, and it's become a real staple, not only for College Park, but for other police departments to eliminate on their National Night.
but Chief, if we all commit $5,000 each, that'll be a $20,000 additional dollars. Would that be enough? I mean, another 40, I don't know if that's, I mean.
Yes,
is that-
my goal is to have vendors, games, all the way to the front of City Hall. We have not done that. I'm talking about all the way to the front of City Hall. What we do now, we're trying to go make this our biggest event for National Night Out.
Understood. Well, the number I heard from an officer was 10,000 additional dollars would be great, and I said I would contribute half of that. And-
One of the
I
things, trying to
understand
get a
what
dunk
someone
house,
else would.
and I'll be asking our mayor and council to participate. We're trying to work
All right.
out the water, to make sure the water is sanitary, it's chlorine, Councilman Gay, don't fall asleep on me.
We'll just put them in the dunk house, that's
Yes,
all.
yes, so, but this would be an event, like no other.
Well, my 10,000 stands because, and if my feeling is if you all end up with extra money, put it into some things in the police department
Yes.
that are needed. We are going to be putting a quiet room in there. We could use it for,
Now we're talking.
okay, what I'm saying? So if you end up with an excess because of our generosity, let's look at some ways we can pour this back into your team.
Always, if not a quiet room, we're looking at bringing pop-up events, like what I did the first year, walking this summer, going to the recreation, buying ice cream for the kids who are participating in our rec program this summer, just giving back to the community as much as we possibly can.
Chief, just one last question. What was your budget last year?
30, I believe.
$30,000.
And it was 40, Councilman Gay motion during budget presentation to bring it to 40. With any additional funds, we will make it happen.
So last year was $30,000.
Yes, sir.
I've been to every single national night out here in the city. Always great events. So last year was 30. We're budgeted for 40,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
For August.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're talking about adding additional monies there. I would say if additional monies could go towards next year's or towards the wellness room.
And the only difference between this year and last year is the economy that we find ourselves. Getting things are a bit pricier. I cannot get a bouncy house at the price that I got it last year. It's not going to be that same price this year.
Chief, I hear what you're saying, and I know things have gone up. I do festivals.
We pinch pennies in the police department, so any way we can cut corners,
Chief,
we will cut corners.
She's doing 20. I mean, she's doing 10, and she's doing 10. So that's 20.
If I can finish, and I've
so you good.
And I've pinched pennies as well, but
10, right?
going from 40 to 90 here, which is what we were talking about here, 10 to 40
No.
more. I mean,
no, Joe.
Wait, hold on,
to make it
everybody,
to
hold
80.
on, just stop, just.
I'm not asking
hold
for
on,
the amounts
hold
that
on,
Councilman
hold on.
Carr, the money was just being presented to me.
Hold on. Chief, how much money are you asking for?
I'm not asking for anything. This was a charitable donation from Councilwoman Arnold to help participate with our event.
Hold on. All right, Councilmember Arnold, go right ahead.
All right, so the chief has a budget of $40,000. I was proposing to add 10 to that 40 to make it $50,000.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
So now,
Let me hold on a second. Mayor Pro Tem, are you making an offer to add additional funds from your community enhancement budget?
Yes, I am, because I did speak to an officer who had already previously spoken to Councilwoman Arnold, and Councilwoman Arnold's donation or contribution or transfer was going to go to one thing, but there were still other needs. And so I agreed to fund, this is beyond whatever you all have budgeted. There were some other things.
Yes, ma'am.
And we had our officers out with it.
Hold on.
So,
In
yes.
what amount? In what amount?
10,000. I said that
All
I
right.
would transfer 10,000 that night when we were on the phone.
Okay, Councilmember Carn, how much are you willing to transfer?
Chief, my question to you is this. Chief, you've spearheaded this event, you're the chief. What's a reasonable number? Give us a reasonable number here.
75.
$75,000.
Yes, sir. That's just taking into account of the current economic state that we find ourselves in. Getting things now, we have to plan now for August if we expect things to be available for that event. Some of our donations that we usually look for in the community, because of the economic state, they can't donate how they used to donate in previous years. So a lot of the financing, every year we exceed whatever the amount the mayor and council bless us with doing budget. Our donations go above and beyond that. But because of the economic state that we find ourselves in, those donations haven't been coming in the way they have come in during previous years.
Okay, $35,000. That's $8,750 each if we split it 4 ways. I'm okay with adding $5,000. That's what I committed to doing. The amount was 10, and it was going to be split originally because I had said I would do half, and someone else was going to do half. So I don't know who was going to put it on the agenda, but When the officers had asked me, I said, well, put me in, I'll put in half of $5,000, and that's what I heard, and I thought that was the last of it. So, I'm fine with $35,000 additional dollars, you know, 35,000 additional dollars. You're going from 40 to 75, is that right? Okay, that's 35,000 additional dollars. And it's for a good cause, don't get me wrong. But we got a lot of folks that are in need of other things as well. I want to consider that as well. I'd love to see some of that go to power. Let's power up our neighbors in the kitty for folks that are on the cutoff list, for instance. I don't know if we can legally do that though, which I don't think we can, but I'm not sure. I'm fine with the $5,000 I committed to.
Like I said,
I don't want to just
previously,
escalate.
whatever this council, mayor and council deem appropriate, the event will go out without a success like it always has.
It's going to be great.
Excellent. Councilmember Gay.
Can there, any over money go towards trunk or treat?
Yes,
Because that's why I think you need more funding.
well, I actually need a bigger location, but you and I can talk about that offline, because I think we have exceeded our capacity. No, we love being at, but the traffic
focus.
last year, because of the large crowd, because everything the police department put out, we go grand, and it has become a very, very big event.
So $5,000 from my community.
Okay, so that's $30,000.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so is there an amendment to the motion that, in the amounts that we have heard of, from Ward 1 Community Enhancement, $10,000, Wards 2 and 4, $5,000, and Ward 3, $10,000, for a total of $30,000? Is there a motion to move that to the police department to support the 2025 National Night Out?
So moved. Oh.
Thank you. I heard Councilmember Arnold first. Councilmember Carney, you willing to second?
Second.
All right, great. Any further discussion?
This is coming out of 24 community enhancement, not.
Right, this is money
Not
coming out
July.
from what we still have. So, and again, it didn't matter to me what the amount was. This is whatever we can do to assist the police department. And it's like Councilman Gay said, trunk or treat, wherever, if there's an excess, wherever it's going to benefit the department.
Thank you. I'm just the mouthpiece. The officers that we have do an amazing job. So thank you all.
They absolutely do. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for
Yes.
clarification.
Yes.
Consent agenda item 8D, was that to be moved at the
Yes.
very end of?
I think that's 9N.
Okay. Yes, Mayor.
We got 9J's, the MOU and the acceptance of the $20,000.
Yes, I'll go ahead and read that. Item J, 9J, is request to execute the MOU and ratify the acceptance of the cashier check made out to the city for $20,000 from Contour Realty for Chelsea Gardens.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn.
Discussion.
Yep, there's
Discussion.
always discussion. We'll start with Councilmember Carn and go to Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm fine with the motion. Obviously, we accept the funds. This is going to Chelsea Gardens residents, is that right? I just want to make sure
The MOU says it's to support the relocation services for the residents at 2135 Godby Road.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, I requested a copy of the MOU earlier today. The public does not have the opportunity to see it, so I am going to request that the MOU be read in this meeting so that we can have an understanding of where those funds are going. We know where they're coming from, but we want to know exactly how they're being used. Also today at 1:48 p.m., the members of one of the young ladies came up and expressed, I guess, how she felt. I want to clarify. Yes, I was confronted by members of this socialist liberation group at our event on Saturday. I did not have a discussion with them because I was feeling pressured by them. I discussed with them because they had a right to be heard, and they had a right to be given an answer. From my perspective, I can't speak for the entire governing body, but I could speak for myself. And when I spoke with these young folks, and one of them, two of them actually were residents from Chelsea Gardens, they were very disheartened because they feel like whatever funding has been made available is not reaching the people. And we did hear that tonight in public comment. They sent me a letter where they are requesting, and this is another conflict between the young lady that got up. They sent a letter requesting $446,000 with a list of 52 residents who have not received assistance. Many of course, the majority of them moved, but they had to use their own money. They did not get their deposits. Many of them are still struggling. Chelsea Gardens was a second chance development. So you did have persons that were there that when moving, it presented an issue for them. Many of them did not want to move because they did not have another apartment complex that they could move to because of their rental history and evictions. And so they have requested, the lady said $586,000. What I have here in front of me, $446,000, which they felt would be about $8,000 per tenant of these 52 names that were sent with all these persons' information. That would be what they felt in addition to what's already been done. All I said was that I would present it. I asked them actually to send it to the rest of the governing body, which they did not do. Whatever it was that they wanted, I think they're just displeasured because they don't think that we're listening. And so I wanted to share with you that they are requesting a total sum of $446,000. Whether it comes from the city of College Park or the owner, I mean, that's not for me to figure out. And I know we would need more information on it, but I wanted to present that, and that there are persons that are still struggling. I would like, again, to, as I said in the beginning, to hear the MOU because of the accusations that have been made against this governing body regarding the type of attention that we have given to Chelsea Gardens. I feel that there have been serious efforts made, but we do not want to have the appearance of that we are taking money, this $20,000 that the owner has given to the city. I want to make sure that we're clear and very clear on how those funds are being used, and that the public can understand that this is not something that the city of College Park is not receiving some payoff from a landowner, a landlord, but this is what is the money for. So if anybody has a copy of the MOU, I'd like to have it read.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do have a copy.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Madam Clerk, go right ahead.
Memorandum of Understanding. This Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, is entered into by and between City of College Park, Georgia, a municipal corporation of the state of Georgia, City, Contour Realty, Inc., DBA, Chelsea Gardens, a foreign profit corporation authorized to conduct business in the state of Georgia, Chelsea Gardens, collectively the parties. Purpose and scope. The purpose of this MOU is to outline the mutual understanding and agreement between the parties concerning the provision of financial assistance in the amount of $20,000 by Chelsea Garden to the city for the specific purpose of providing moving assistance to displaced residents of the Chelsea Gardens apartments located at 2135 Godby Road, College Park, Georgia, 30349. City's responsibilities under this MOU. A, the city shall provide assistance and support to affected individuals and families by coordinating and facilitating relocation assistance and related services. B, the city agrees to use the funds solely for the purpose outlined above to maintain accurate records of how funds are allocated and dispersed, and to provide a report to Chelsea Gardens within 60 days of disbursement detailing the number of residents assisted, a breakdown of expenses, and outcomes achieved. 3, Chelsea Gardens' responsibilities under this MOU. A, Chelsea Gardens agrees to contribute $20,000 to the city to be exclusively used for moving costs, short-term storage, utility expenses, and any other reasonable expenses directly associated with the relocation process of displaced residents. B, Chelsea Gardens agrees to execute this MOU and deliver payment to the city in the form of a check on May 30th, 2025 at the city's offices located at 3667 Main Street, College Park, Georgia, 30337. Section 4, term and termination. This MOU shall be effective as of the date of execution by the parties and shall continue in full force and effect until all funds are dispersed and the final report has been submitted. Either party may terminate this MOU by providing 10 days written notice to the other party. Section 5, miscellaneous provisions. A, amendment. All amendments to this MOU must be in writing and signed by both parties. B, notices. Any notice required to be given by this MOU shall be sufficient if hand-delivered, mailed, or sent prepaid by commercial overnight delivery services as follows, or to such other addresses as the affected party shall specify in writing. A, authorized signatures. Madam Mayor, would you like me to continue reading the standard language of the MOU?
No, I just basically wanted you to read what the MOU consisted of, so that we could have that hearing for people.
Okay.
I think I'm glad that we did receive the check for $20,000 and that we are making more steps towards it. But I also wanted everybody just to hear and even consider that the residents are asking for more than that. And that's it.
Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Councilmember Gay.
The $20,000 is based on what? Is it just an arbitrary number, or is it based on the residents anybody know what it's based on?
I don't know that it was on the basis.
It was just offered by the landlord?
The landlord, yeah.
I mean, my only issue is that this is becoming very convoluted. It seems like that we're being blamed for things that really are out of our control. But my issue would be that if the number is not a significant number that represents something, if I understand that the landlord said that he was getting $20 million to rehab the property, and one of the conditions of his loan was that it needed to be vacant. If that's true, then why can't a percentage of the $20 million have been for relocating the tenants? I mean, I don't know how the bank works, but he brought that conversation to the table. So at that point, I would have said, well, you would have to give us a percentage of that to relocate the people. So all I'm just trying to say is, where's this $20,000 coming from? And if it's just an arbitrary number, why can't it be $200,000?
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Councilmember Arnold.
Honestly and truly, I don't know where the number came from. I think that the nonprofit or the organization that manages the nonprofit, Community Growth Partners, actually brokered, if you will, an amount from the owner. Now, whatever basis that was on, I don't know what that is. I just know that they did the negotiating, if you will, to get the owner to contribute financially outside of whatever the owner was claiming that was spent or had already been spent.
The other thing that concerns me is that if we take this money, it seems as if we're exposing ourselves. I mean, why are we even in this?
Yeah,
why are you giving money to a public entity that we condemn? I mean, to me, that sounds like that's why the public thinks that we're involved. We should not accept his money.
Mr. Denmark?
Councilman raises a point. I mean, it's an issue more in terms of appearances, but he's 100% correct that the entire conversation is centered on what is the city of College Park going to do for the residents, and why hasn't the city of College Park provided money to the residents? And some of the residents, or forgive me, those certainly were not residents, those were community activists. They were demanding numbers, 300, 400,000 that the city of College Park should pay. We should always bear in mind that fundamentally this is a private matter between a landlord and its tenants. The city of College Park does not own an apartment complex, nor does the city of College Park have a legal duty to provide financial assistance to the residents. Now, some would suggest the city has a moral obligation to do certain things, and reasonable minds could actually agree with that, but I'm talking strictly a legal responsibility to provide financial assistance to the residents. City of College Park does not have one. And so we've been doing things and assuming responsibilities that are not our own in the interest of helping our residents. We see how that's worked out, because it seems that the more we have done, the more criticism the city has drawn. And we've tried to get the property owner to step up and do what he's legally obligated to do, which is to have those apartments in a state of good repair and fit for human habitation. And they certainly are not in the city acting pursuant to its building code and property maintenance code when he fell below that standard. So I guess if we had a time machine, we would go back and do some things differently, but we are where we are. And given where we are, I think it's one thing that we could do is accept this money to help the residents, or we could reject the money and tell the property owner, you don't need to use the city of College Park as a conduit to assist your residents with $20,000. You can do it yourself and leave us out of it, because now we're administering $20,000 and we become the middleman when we should probably occupy our proper role as a government.
Any further discussion?
Well, one other thing I would like to say, and I'm not trying to beat up on this property owner, but I mean, I think we trade in a situation where we got public accusing us, and this is of no fault of our own. If it was me, I could unilaterally make a decision. If the property owner is not doing things properly, I recommend we pull permits until which time that property owner, I mean, I just think we need to get out of this Chelsea Garden business. We need to get out of this business of Chelsea Garden, because it's getting worse and worse. And the more money you take from them, the more we get involved, the more we're gonna continue to be exposed.
I want to say,
Councilmember Arnold and Councilmember Carr.
so it's to my understanding, and I could be wrong, but we don't have any more residents at Chelsea Gardens.
6.
I heard 3.
I heard 6 as of maybe this morning or last night.
3 as of this evening.
Okay, you got better numbers than
at our dinner. And so with that being said, out of the 150, 60 units, we have 3 units in 47 days, which is a significant feat. However, I agree at this point with those 3 units that are, or 6 units that are still occupied, that's now the owners, like, we have done above and beyond, and even above and beyond what I asked for us to focus on as the city towards the constituents that I was concerned about. senior citizens, disabled veterans. We've gone well above that. So, yeah, those are my comments when it comes to it. We had a deadline, and we're done.
Councilmember Carr?
I've got a suggestion. I think that these residents obviously need help and assistance. Now, there's been significant funds going towards assistance and help. I was told at some point this outfit, Contour, was going to have a list of total commitments and contributions in terms of what they did over there. But if someone wants to give us money to go directly towards helping the residents, one of the things we can do is hand the money over to FACA, which is the Fulton Atlanta Community Action Authority. FACA has been doing things in terms of helping people out with rental assistance, utility assistance for 50-plus years. Joycelyn Dorsey, who was chair for decades, retired, and Dr. Grant is now the chair. We've been working with them with the utility assistance as well. They work with all of the cities in Fulton County, and they've been doing it at an excellent rate. They get state funding. If we wanted, this money could be accepted by the city and transferred to FACA, and anyone who lives there now or lived there, verified, could in theory receive these funds until they're exhausted. But that's just a suggestion, because we do have an entity that's in place that is well established, has an impeccable reputation, and it would be hands-off from the city in terms of they know how to manage funds, because they distribute millions every single year, like clockwork, throughout College Park and the other 14 cities. So that's a suggestion there.
So what do we do about the funds that have already been spent by the nonprofit for relocating those constituents?
I think that money has been well spent. And as you point out, Councilman Arnold, I had different numbers, anywhere in the 70s or in the 60s, when the city of College Park first issued its condemnation notice in terms of residents at Chelsea Gardens. And now we're down to a number anywhere between 3 and 6, somewhere in there. And we arrive at that number because of the funding that this council approved, working with our nonprofit partners, community growth partners, Sage Hands and Faith Walkers, and they've been boots on the ground at Chelsea Gardens, going door to door and providing assistance, packing, relocation costs, and they've reduced the number from a number in the 60s and 70s down to 3 or 6. Now, we didn't get any credit for that this evening, and we got roasted. They said no good deed goes unpunished, but that's fine.
Right.
But there has been a lot of work done to get that number down and to relocate folks. They were offered alternative housing at nearby apartment complexes, zero cost to move in terms of deposits and fees. So that was through our community nonprofit partners and to some extent the property owner. So there was a lot of work that has been going on over the past several weeks that nobody's talking about.
Yeah.
We heard things like, well, nobody at Chelsea Gardens got any assistance, even though we approved $86,000, which is completely not true. But that money has been spent, and it's been well spent to my mind, and so that's where that's at. The issue now before you was this additional $20,000 from the property owner, whether we accept that or not.
Gotcha.
My only issue is,
Councilmember Gay.
my only issue is, why don't he get the money to that nonprofit that you just talked about, or the one Joe? We shouldn't pass that money through.
Right, why are we involved?
Well, I think that came up before, right? And the nonprofit was like, well, that's not our money, that should go to the city. So I guess a decision needs to be made.
I mean, that's precisely what a nonprofit does, right?
Gotcha.
They raise money, they accept money for their charitable mission, and if they want to help the residents relocate, they should be raising their hand, yet give us the $20,000. And because the city doesn't need to be the middle person in this.
So maybe that's what and
Hold
that city manager.
Hold on. Councilmember Arnold, keep on going.
So maybe the city manager can work to have that adjusted, that MOU for the nonprofit who's already spent their funds to help us out.
Can we just?
Hold on. Councilmember Carmen's after.
And I want to say
Councilmember
something too.
Arnold, and then Mayor Pro Tem, and then you, Councilmember Gay.
Yeah, something along those lines. City manager, I would suggest we send these funds through a state-approved, state-funded community service provider. If it's not FAC or something like that we know has, is going to distribute things as they have for decades, and folks that want to apply for verified relocation expenses, even if they recently moved out of there. That's my suggestion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, my question is, the landlord told us that he was going to pay the moving expenses, and then the city went so far as to, on top of what his promise was, to give $86,000 to make sure, and I know we were doing it to make sure that it got done in a timely fashion. I just do not get the logic in being given the $20,000, College Park being the recipient of the $20,000. I don't understand why the landlord, who has already said that they would pay it, why doesn't the landlord just take the $20,000 and do what he said he was going to do for the remainder? I just feel like we're involving ourselves in something that we don't necessarily, we continue to take on the landlord's burden when it should be, he should be doing what he said he was going to do for the people. So that's just my feeling on it.
Councilmember Gay?
So who made the motion?
I did. So can we amend the motion to have the MOU redrafted to have the funds sent to the nonprofit and just call it a day?
Can I ask the question?
Yes.
Can we just?
Or we not be in the business of the MOU?
Can we just not get into an MOU at all?
Yes.
And
Right.
just let him deal with them directly, because we don't need to be contracted.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
anyway.
Okay.
So can you make your motion to deny the MOU?
Well, hold on. I think one of the things that's been concerning to me throughout this whole process is the lack of follow-through from the landlord.
Yes.
And so if we can find some way to not be the middleman, but also assure that the payment occurs. I don't know how we hit that sweet spot. Because I agree with Councilmember Gay that we should not be the middleman. But I just don't have faith in, based upon past behavior, that the landlord's going to do what he says he's going to do.
True.
Mr. Denmark?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think it may be a situation where I can work with the landlord and the property owner, the nonprofit, and get that money where it needs to go without involving the city. I would just negotiate with them. I'd even keep the city manager out of it, because she has a whole city to run, as opposed to dealing with this situation, very important situation with Chelsea Gardens. So I could just take the lead, work with the nonprofit and the property owner to get that $20,000 where it needs to go, keep the city of College Park out of it, keep the city manager out of it, and see if we can help the residents.
So in terms of the actual where it needs to go?
I think it needs to go to the nonprofits who've already been doing the work, and they can help residents that are still there. And I understand there may be some residents that are in hotels, and they need permanent housing. So there's a definite need for those resources. And I think putting the money in the hands of our nonprofit partners would help those residents get the money that they need to move on to better permanent housing.
Yeah. All right. So
So
I need to amend my motion.
Well, I think that's just withdrawal of the motion. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I have to be overkicked by consensus with the marching orders.
Is there consensus on those marching
Yes.
orders?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, absolutely.
You withdrawing your motion?
Yes, I am.
All right.
As long as the residents get the money.
Yes, that's my concern.
Okay. I think we're going to the bridge now.
To the bridge?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Consideration of an action to affix a monument sign to the David Scott Bridge to include mayor and city council and city manager.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there a second?
Second with
Thank you.
discussion.
There's always discussion, Councilmember. So we'll start with you.
City Clerk, I wanted to add a caveat to that motion that we also add the dedication plaque for Congressman Scott as well upon approval, city manager.
Councilmember, that's the next agenda item.
Oh, we did it as a separate item?
Yes.
Okay, understood.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like it to say mayor, mayor pro tem, and the council members as well.
I thought, so it's not gonna list out the names of the individuals?
No,
It has your, it lists your,
Names
your
and
position, your title
Name and
as
title.
well. And that's how we
So
have it.
We're
We
gonna
have
see
that-
it, we're gonna see it before it actually gets, we'll actually see the plaque or what is it, a proof of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the design before it's actually created, correct?
I would assume so. Yeah. Ms. Govan is shaking her head.
Okay,
Or
all
nodding
right.
her head. She's
Okay.
nodding her head.
Okay.
That we
Okay.
would see a proof of that.
Okay.
So, all right. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Let's be clear.
Councilmember Gay?
It's gonna list the names of our elected officials and our current city manager. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Agenda item 9M, consideration of an action to affix a secondary plaque to the David Scott Bridge for Congressman Scott.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Gay?
That plaque is identical to the one that I just motioned?
No, sir. It's in commemorates Congressman Scott.
Well, the councilman made the motion. Can he answer the question?
Yes, it's gonna be the same size. And essentially, on the bridge, there are 4 places for plaques. On one side of the bridge, the idea was on one side of the bridge, there would be 2 plaques there at the beginning of one side of the bridge. There are 2 facades at the end of the bridge where the same 2 plaques would be. That way, if you're coming in either direction, you'll see the city plaque and you'll see Congressman Scott's plaque.
Gotcha.
Same size.
Is his name, so how does the plaque, how are they different?
It just has Congressman David Scott's information, a picture of him in like the
On his
bronze
plaque.
on
Right.
his plaque.
And to that point, that's fine, as long as it also says the name of the current elected officials and the city manager.
Right.
The
So it's
separate
gonna
plaque.
It's gonna be
Two different plaques.
So like,
So I got the part about
So
that.
everybody who's in
The current-
office
yeah,
now
current
and
elected
in
officials
position
and our
at the
current
time
city
of the
manager
that's right,
dedication.
that's right.
Is on the plaque.
That's
Right.
Right.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Excuse me, man, y'all gonna bring that deal up to us to look at it before they print it? Whoever, the
Yes.
design comp, you'll share it with us with an email? The body for both plaques? Thank you.
Agenda item 9M, N. Apologies. Just to confirm, Madam Mayor, that is the item that was on the consent agenda, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a correction that I was given, that the title should have included. Would you like me to read that, what the actual agenda item title should have been, or read it as is on the agenda?
if there was an error in it, if we can correct it right now.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Let me pull that up. The item should read, consideration of an action on a request for approval of the Price Barber Shop and Duplex General Contractor F.H. Pasheen S.N. Nielsen Associates LLC for building stabilization and design professional services. The City of College Park is piggybacking from the Sourcewell contract reference on page 13 of the City of College Park Purchasing Policies and Procedure Manual. This item is presented by Economic Development Consultant Brian Hooker. The cost is $395,658, of which $157,500 will come from the FY25 and $238,158 will come from the FY26. This item is sponsored by Councilwoman Jamel McKenzie. This is budgeted item GL account numbers 100-998-052-6150 Community Enhancement Budget FY25 and GL 2754975547655 Tourist Product Development Fund. This item is located in Ward 2.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion? Mr. Hooker, is there is there a quote or anything from the? Okay.
So thank you all, Mayor and Council. I appreciate your grace in letting us bring this back. I apologize through administrative error that information that the clerk read and that I have in my hand should have already been in your packet. We went through an extensive bid process through Sourcewell, and F.H. Passion, also full name F.H. Passion, S.N. Nielsen and Associates LLC, submitted this scope. The summary of the scope is remove vegetation and ensure that buildings do not further degrade and make safe in anticipation of future scope of work for remodel. The approximate value of the work to be conducted is $395,658 in demolition, site clearing, investigation work, and make safe. So this goes back to you all support through last year's budget of putting $200,000 in the Ward 1 Community Enhancement Budget. We wanted to take advantage of those funds, so that's where the first $157,500 is coming from. We went through Sourcewell on the state contract to piggyback because the procurement policy allowed us to do so, and we needed to move quickly in order to take advantage of those fiscal 25 funds before they are canceled. And you all also just big support for preserving the heritage of the original African Americans in College Park by voting to use tourism product development funds to fund the balance of the work. So that allows us to use the funds from community enhancement and the first set of funds from tourism product development, so that we could get the stabilization work done. And the intention is to then, when we go beyond stabilization, hopefully we'll have a more standard bid process to continue with the rest of the work to actually do the restoration.
Makes all the sense in the world. And there were a couple things on tonight's agenda where they just didn't have the supporting documentation in there. So that just makes it, just raises questions that we don't need to have if we don't have it in there. So if we could just make sure team-wise that we just get everything in. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right, that's unanimous.
Agenda item 11, City Attorney's Report.
I wouldn't dare. Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Item 12, City Manager's Report.
I don't have a report, however, I would like to thank...
Ms. Miller, can you just make sure you keep your voice up?
Sorry. I don't have a report, however, I would like to thank Chief Connie Rogers for staying late. She's a little under the weather, but she wanted to be here. Thank you.
Ms. Miller, do we have, you said that, I think the conversation had been that there were 3, maybe 6 folks still left at Chelsea Gardens. What is your understanding of the situation at this time?
I just understand that there's 6 units left, and 2 of which are actually scheduled to move.
All right, thank you so much.
Out of 474, and I'm remembering pushed out.
Right.
Out of 400.
Thank you, Mr.
474.
Crane.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. Chief, please, yes.
3 individuals left. One is moving today. One will be moving on Thursday. So that makes 1 that I don't have any information on at this time.
Understood. All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Agenda item 13, report of mayor and council.
All right. Well, I know we did hear a lot about the Chelsea Garden situation tonight, and I want to thank Ms. Miller and the entire team for your efforts over the last 2 weeks to really put people at the center of this. I think that we don't get the whole picture when folks speak at public comment, and part of that is just the design of public comment. We're not here to have a conversation, and so I certainly appreciate the long nights, the weekends, everything that the team has put forth, our nonprofit partners, to make sure that people are safe and sound, and still working with them even now to make sure that folks are taken care of. It is a really, really tough situation, and I think that we have, as a team, worked really hard to put people at the center. So thank you very much. I also want to thank my colleagues for through the process of working through some of the issues that we have, supporting the business owners that we have tonight in the city of College Park, folks who have made investments into our community and not trying to proliferate a ton of vice in the community, but also honoring the fact that people have made a commitment to do business in the city. They aren't nuisances, as our chief alluded to, but working through and coming up with a common sense approach to allow businesses that are currently operating in the city to continue operating in the city. I think that's fair to them, and it sends a message that we are a place to do business, and we are a place that is welcoming to small businesses. So I appreciate the care with which this entire body took that situation and moved forward with a good common sense outcome. Had the opportunity to go to San Antonio last week for the Women in Municipal Government Summer Conference through the National League of Cities. We had close to about 100 folks there from across the country, and learned a lot about San Antonio's efforts for workforce development. Heard from Sharon Weston Broom, who was the immediate past president of the National League of Cities and unfortunately was not reelected, and so she was president for a pretty short time, but she talked about the still leading no matter where you are, and leading from the seat that you were in and dealing with adversity. And we also heard from a West Point grad who now works for the city of San Antonio and went through some really challenging times in Afghanistan with the team that she led, and how she was resilient and went through that as well. And so it was a great opportunity to make connections with lots of folks who are serving their communities, large and small, throughout the United States. And speaking of which, June is Small Cities Month. And so we are, according to the National League of Cities, a small city. We are a city under 50,000, so we count as a small city. And so we will be celebrating that in various ways, because small cities really are the economic engine of the entire country. 75% of cities are small cities, and most people are living in our communities, and they are wonderful, dynamic places to be. And so the entire month of June, the National League of Cities is going to be celebrating our small cities. I also attended the Metro Atlanta Mayor's meeting about a week and a half ago, and the topic was data centers, because they are front and center in a lot of our communities, and we've had conversations about them in College Park as well. We actually got an opportunity out in Douglasville to take a tour of some of their larger data centers and get an understanding of how they can, some of the pros and cons, but also how to balance all of the needs of data centers with a growing dynamic community. So it was a very, very resourceful time. Mayor Rusty Paul from Sandy Springs is the president of MAMA, as we call it, and led a great panel discussion about some of the benefits and the challenges surrounding data centers. And we still have executive session to go, so it's almost 1 a.m. and it's Tuesday, so I'm going to hand it off to Mayor Pro Tem.
Recreation Center for Seniors at the Senior Garden. Hey guys, you missed a great treat today here at College Park Senior Garden. It was wonderful. Cock-a-doodle-doo.
This is Mayor Pro Tem Jamel McKenzie with my June 2nd report. On Saturday, May 31st, we hosted over 100 seniors at our Harvest and Harmony Family Brunch at the Senior Garden at the Brady Recreation Center. During this time, we were graced to have Dr. Margaret Wilson, of whom our garden is named, present, along with entrepreneurs Ebony Austin and Yandy Smith. Special thanks to Holly Rodriguez of Sugar's Farm and all our business and nonprofits that sponsored this amazing event. We are grateful to each of you. On Thursday, May 22nd, I represented the City of College Park at the Council for Quality Growth's annual meet and greet in Atlanta. It was a great opportunity to just meet up with some other mayor pro tems from different cities and just to network with fellow legislators. And after the meet and greet, I got to join our CPMSA as they had the Tri-Cities Mixer at none other than Buttermilk Biscuit right here in our city. On Friday, May 23rd, I participated in the signing ceremony at the Atlanta Botanical Gardens with Fulton County for the 50-year lease for the property that we will have at Camp Truett that will be used for our upcoming Botanical Gardens project in College Park. Shout out to Councilman Roderick Gay for making this a reality. And on Wednesday, May 28th, I had the pleasure of sponsoring our 2025 Senior Summit with Fulton County Commissioner Khadijah Abdur-Rahman. During this sold-out event, over 1,000 seniors received valuable information, they were connected to resources, and most of all, had a bunch of fun. Special thanks to our commissioner for the partnership in caring for our seniors. This past Saturday morning, I was blessed to celebrate the young aviators enrolled in the ACE program at Fulton County Airport, which my husband, Captain Jeffrey McKenzie, serves as vice president over. And for the past 45 years, ACE has trained and prepared young people for careers in aviation. On Saturday, we attended Yandy's Yell for the Culture, which is hosted by her every year. And we're grateful for her choosing to have it in College Park. It was an amazing experience, and it was good to have representation from CPMSA, and a special shout out to Deputy City Clerk Queenie Brown for all of her hard work to get this event off and running. We now have signs installed as you enter College Park from East Point. I want to thank our Public Works team for their work. And special congratulations to Ricky Smith, our new GM of Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. And today was the official start day of our golf camp, which will be held in conjunction with our recreation program. And all of our students enrolled this year will get a chance to learn golf from a golf pro. On Monday, June 16th, we will hold our first of 3 Club Cup watch parties as we prepare for the FIFA games. Join us at Nouveau. And on June 28th, we will hold our 2nd annual Springo Senior Bingo Bash at the Keith James Auditorium. Spread the word and tell a neighbor, tell a friend, it's going down. And save the date, we will hold the official naming ceremony of our College Park Memorial Commons on July 5th. The naming of our City Hall lawn is in honor of veterans of war and persons who have made significant contributions to the city of College Park. And finally, we culminated Mental Health Awareness Month on Friday with the grand opening of our Employee Quiet Room, which is the only one of its kind in any municipality south of I-20 and is the first of 4 locations throughout our city. This is Mayor Pro Tem Jamel McKenzie, building College Park better.
Sometimes people tell you that you appreciate it, but to me it's better to show appreciation and tell people that they appreciate it. And, you know, when I first came into office, even though I had worked with staff through my nonprofit and through being a chaplain here in the city, it was important to me because I saw how hard staff works.
Councilmember Carn?
All right. Couple of things. I'll be brief here. Condolences to Mr. Kenny Anderson and his family regarding the loss of his older brother. I understand he's traveling up north to make arrangements, so we definitely want to send our prayers up on the road with him. Most of y'all know Kenny, and we wish him well. A couple of things here. Chief Connie, thank you for hanging out and hanging tough with us here. I know we spoke about the tractor trailers this morning. I've been out to that area several times this week, last week. I sent you more pictures today of what we're dealing with. Now, City Manager, we do have a citation for that. It's supposed to be $1,000 for illegal truck parking, a fine. We have several trucks that have just decided that that's going to be some type of a rest station and whatnot, but that is clearly not the case. A lot of times if the department comes and just gives everybody a citation for that amount, I think word's going to get around pretty fast that that's not a truck stop or hangout. So let's make sure we get on that first thing tomorrow so we can nip that in the bud before it becomes a bigger issue. A couple of other things I want to make sure we take care of. City Manager, I want us to try to set up a meeting, I guess, with the Burris family regarding the old National Theaters, Candy and Todd Burris. If we're going to have to do something about that, set up a meeting there and see what we can come up with in terms of what it is they're going to do with that property that they purchased. Also, I do want us to take another approach to cleaning up our parks, and just consistent of double checking and making sure that they're actually ready for use when we have those pavilion rentals. But on any weekend, you know, we get a lot of high use in the park, so we want to double check that so that we don't hear residents, you know, saying that they came for a reserved pavilion and it was, you know, not up to snuff. A couple other things I do have. We had a great playground build on May 20th with our partners Kaboom and Favor House. It went very, very well. It was a wonderful event. The young people were so eager to get on the playground equipment, but they had to wait 72 hours for the concrete footings to cure. So we had to kind of barricade the playground because they were chomping at the bit at it. But 72 hours later, they were really enjoying it, and we want to thank our partners, Delta Airlines, for a spectacular build day, and it went very, very well. think it was a great day. The weather was great, cooperated. The College Park Weather Department was working hard that day, so we definitely appreciate the event, the help and assistance, fire department, the EMT that was on duty, our officers, our community officers, and everybody that participated, Parks and Rec. We can't thank everyone enough. It was a great event. There were a couple other things I had here. About 2 weeks ago, we did have a GDOT meeting over at the Convention Center regarding Camp Creek Parkway, some of the issues we were dealing with. Now, we had a GDOT point person in the city, city manager, that would check in with GDOT routinely. That was the city engineer, so I'm assuming we go with the city engineer. He was at this meeting we had with GDOT. Our GDOT commissioner was there, Ms. Stacy Key. She was very, very receptive to some of the issues that we have, the blinking red light issues along the Camp Creek corridor, which is a chronic issue that has been going on repetitively. Some weeks it was fixed by the state, and then 2 weeks later, they would go back to blinking like they were earlier this afternoon as well. So we want to make sure we stay on top of that, and again, the city engineer was the point person with GDOT, so we want to make sure that they're checking in with them. Mr. Jay Ross is the GDOT district manager who was there as well at that meeting. So I guess that would be our point person. I think AB has his information, but we want to make sure that that's a regular check-in there. We are finishing up working with our trash receptacles and litter clean sweep initiatives, which was one of my community enhancement budget things. The kids at the Promise Career Academy worked to weld these together and make something really creative. I want to pass that down so everyone can see these. So these receptacles we're going to be rolling out throughout my district, but I think the concept is to get young people in 20-somethings and under to put the trash in the trash receptacles. If you all are interested in a receptacle, we got them. I wanted to put them around the parks and rec areas and certain areas to make sure we got additional coverage. And these receptacles, our sanitation ambassadors would be responsible for exclusively. So I wanted to make sure it was okay with you all if some were going in your wards if you were interested. At the parks and recs in particular, I thought we'd try it out as a pilot program and see if we get more trash in the cans and off the high traffic areas. So that's all I have right now. I think, let me make sure here. Yes, that's all I have. It's late.
Councilmember Arnold.
Okay, excuse me, I'll try to go through my list without repeating some of the things that have already been said. I do want to address just one thing that the councilman just mentioned in reference to the Burris property. There may be someone interested in purchasing that. I know at one point in time the pastor at Mega Faith was interested in that property for expanded church services. So there may be an opportunity to bring two parties together to have a conversation about that blighted property. So I want to start with thanking both Yandy Smith and Ebony Austin, owners of Cliche, for Yelly for the Culture, which was a pop-up shopping event on the Adams Street from Virginia Avenue to the back of the Family Dollar store. It was highlighting small businesses, celebrating these small businesses, and a whole party. Our senior citizens were able to come out to the event. They enjoyed themselves. It was interesting to see people sitting in the cemetery listening to the music, but, hey, wherever you could find a place to sit, it was a wonderful event. I also had the opportunity to participate in the South Fulton Municipal Association meeting in Hateville and listen to the discussions around data centers and how in South Fulton the plans for the amount of data centers that will be coming to the county and some of the concerns that were voiced by other cities. And so I think that it's going to take for us to have further discussions on how we handle these large facilities and what they look like 20 years from now, because it's to my understanding that a lot of these data centers have a lifespan for about 10, some at 20, but then after the 20 years, it's no longer a facility that can be utilized. So, but there'll be further discussions at these meetings, and we can talk a little bit more about how that impacts our community. Let's see what else I have here on this list. I want to send out a special thank you and shout out to the College Park Power Department. Thank you, Hugh. I just happened to be out this morning, and I saw where the team installed the charging station, the EV charging station at Zupp Park. I thank you, and the community in the area thanks you, because there are several people in the immediate neighborhood that have EVs, and so they'll be interested in parking there. And I think I have one more that I wanted to bring up, and that is, I think we've already talked about, well, we mentioned College Park Main Street Association, the Tri-Cities Mixer. I had the opportunity to participate in that as well at Buttermilk. And I just want to thank my colleagues and thank Councilman Gay in reference to the Botanical Gardens project. It was an amazing event. It was interesting to be able to go to the Atlanta Botanical Gardens to listen to how that project started and to envision what our project will look like, starting out small, but then 50 years later, look at the amazing work and the events that happened there. And so I'm looking forward to us continuing to collaborate and grow that project. And because it is late, I'm not going to say another word. Thank you.
Councilmember Gay.
Well, I too like to thank my colleagues. I think y'all did well tonight in real spirited debate. Win some, lose some, but overall I think we did the people's business. To piggyback on the Botanical Garden, I'd also like to thank you all for attending. All of y'all came, and it was good to see all of y'all, including our city manager and city attorney. We'll be providing more information about that project here soon. But I do want to say that Mayor and Council voted on a senior tax exemption, and I would like to get the clerk's office to get some literature out to educate the people so that they'll have the facts about the tax exemption, so they won't think that what the legislation costs, how it'll go about, because it is on the ballot in November. It is a special referendum, and there ought to be some kind of education. I myself will be putting out a flyer for Ward 4 constituents. And also, we also voted on a service line warranty program. So initially, we would seem to be violating the gratuity clause. So what happened was, we gave the money to, well, we made an action to give the money to Ignite. I think that's over 40,000. I said 35, but the point I'm making is, the city attorney worked several months ago to iron out, make sure there was no violation. So the way the program has to work is that the service line warranty company the city cannot market their name. They can't put their name in any information. We can only use their number, their 800 number. They only offering 12-month. They only offering a 12-month coverage. It's around $179, and it covers your water line, your sewer line, and your indoor plumbing. And I'm gonna tell you, I got a leaking pipe in my house, and the plumber told me $500, and it's still dripping in a bucket, because these indoor plumbing pipes can really offset our seniors who on fixed income. So the point I'm making is that project is ready now. We can't call their name out, but Ignite should be coordinating with our city. the way it works is the homeowner applies for the program through the 1-800 number. The warranty company sends them a letter saying that they will be covered, but you have to pay for it. The homeowner have to pay for it. And they bring proof to Ignite, and Ignite reimbursed them the $179. That's the plan. That's how we got it to iron out. And I think we should take full advantage of it, especially our seniors. Well, one last thing I tell you is that to replace a water line in your yard or a sewer line could be anywhere between $4,000 to $7,000. And and with all these roots and big trees in these people's yards, I think it really can help. So residents, we're going to be sending that out to you soon. Talk a little bit more on national, and I know this is your ward, but we all work together collaboratively. There are too many tractor trailers. There's some outfit that started leasing trucks, and now it's becoming an overnight truck park. And that's just not what we're trying to do, because that brings a whole new logistical problem. So we by the theater.
Same one.
We talking about the same one?
Same one.
Yeah. That's a good look to move those out. And just want to give kudos to the Phillips Park Playground. For those of you who don't know, there wasn't a playground there since 1980. I got people who tell me that they played on there and they're adults. So it was well worth the wait, because we'll get an amazing playground, and it should last another 30 years. And the RFP for the dog park went out on the street today, so businesses and contractors take advantage and bid on it. It'll be a great amenity for our community on Main, and that's my report.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. On Wednesday, in my ward, there was 20 police cars. There were 20 South Fulton police cars on my street on Wednesday. 20 South Fulton police cars. Not 15, but 20. And so why I bring this up is because what I've learned is that there apparently was a stop of a stolen car, and they drove back to the mama's house. And South Fulton came into College Park and surrounded the house for 4 hours. So my wife called and told me to call the chief to make sure that nothing happened to that family, that we could have the best outcome. So all I'm just trying to say is, as we learned that chief was not even notified. Our jurisdiction knew nothing about it. So I would like, anytime there's that type of law enforcement in our community, that there be some type of professional courtesy to let out, ma'am? Yeah, it was scary. It was scary. Okay, that's my report.
And I'm sure that if anyone's still sticking with us at 1:15, they wouldn't have heard what the chief said. She said that she had a conversation with, that's all right, that she had a conversation with the other chief, and that situation will not arise again, where we would not be aware. So, is there a motion to enter into executive session for discussion of personnel and litigation?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. There's no real estate.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. That is unanimous. We'll enter into executive session at this time.